Okay, live?
We are live.
Okay, great. Good morning and welcome to the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board's June 13th, 2023 public meeting. My name is Jonathan Frost and I'm one of the advisors to the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board. I want to talk briefly about how to participate in today's meeting. Please advance to slide 2. We welcome public comment during the general public comment period on the agenda and if desired after any agenda item. The public may participate and comment in person or remotely by Zoom or by phone. Please note that public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per participant. There's a sign-up sheet for participants in the room if you attend in person. And if you intend to provide public comment, please indicate which agenda item about you wish to speak, wish to comment upon. Participants will be called in order. Participants by Zoom will be placed on mute in listen watch only mode until the public comment portions of the meeting. During the public comment portion, participants can use the raise hand function on the Zoom video conference, and then they will be called upon. Please be aware that participation by Zoom while in the room in person may cause sound issues, and please mute your microphones and speakers as appropriate. Please note that the chat is disabled for participants and that we will encourage participants to send all written questions and comments to our email address, WSAB@energysafety, spelled ENERGYSAFETY.ca.gov. Participants by phone will be placed on mute in listen only mode until the public comment portion of the meeting. Once the public comment portions of the meeting begin, participants may dial pound or #2 when they wish to speak to be placed in a queue by the operator. Next slide, please. Relevant materials for today's meeting may be found at our website at energysafety.ca.gov/what-we-do/wildfire-safety-advisory board or advisory-board/WSAB-events-and-meetings/period. Public comments received in writing can be found at the same navigation. However, we encourage public comments by email, preferably. Next slide, please. And one thing I forgot to mention at the outset, this is broadcast from Department of Transportation, and DOT is having statewide internet outages, so please bear with us. We're trying to do our best, and apologies for the late start. So on the screen, we have a list of the WSAB members. I'm going to turn the meeting over to Chair Block to introduce everyone and call roll.
Okay. Hi, so my name is Jessica Block. I'm chair of the California Wildfire Safety Advisory Board, and I'll take roll. Vice Chair Diane Feldman.
Present.
Board member Ralph Armstrong.
Morning.
Board member John Mader.
Morning.
Board member Chris Porter.
Here.
And board member Alexandra Seifert virtual.
She's not present.
Okay,
She's logging on.
okay. So should I check in with her to make sure she's present later? Okay, great.
Yeah, she was gonna log on right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll just continue until she arrives. Thanks, Jonathan.
She's present.
Okay, great. Thanks, Alex. I'll now call this meeting to order. Today is June 13th, 2023. And it is this is the third meeting of this is
the third meeting of the calendar year's technically second quarter board meeting.
This is our second quarter meeting for the California Wildfire Safety Advisory Board. Thank you, all my board members, for being with us today. I'm sorry, Alex, you couldn't be with us in person. Thank you, Office of Energy Infrastructure, IT, Rain Vasquez, for being here with us in person as well and setting up participation and making sure that the meeting ran smoothly. just reiterating that we're having some statewide internet issues at the Department of Transportation, so hopefully everyone can hear us. I'd also like to send a very heavy thank you to our staff advisors, Jonathan Frost and Sang Sobel, who Sang is our newest addition, and we're very grateful you could be here today. And our staff administrator, Mariana Aguayo, the three of you, we wouldn't be here and this wouldn't be successful without you. I'll turn the meeting back to Jonathan to do the Pledge of Allegiance and the safety moment. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Block. Please repeat after me.
We have to stand up.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next slide, please. The focus of today's safety moment is earthquake safety. Millions of Californians live and work within 30 miles of an active fault. It is imperative that residents prepare for an earthquake to minimize the risk of injuries and property damage. Next slide. This slide is an infographic with recommended safety measures for before, during, and after an earthquake. For more information on earthquake safety precautions and tips, please see https://www.earthquake.authority.com/California-earthquake-risk/7-steps-2-earthquake-safety. Now I'd like to turn the meeting back to Chair Block.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Let's review the meeting agenda. First, we'll start with public comment, open general comment to the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board, followed by discussion and adoption of our meeting minutes from April 19th. We will follow with a brief administrative update and an update from Energy Safety's work. We'll discuss board recommendations for the Public Utilities Code Section 8389 regarding the investor-owned utilities, wildfire mitigation plans, and safety culture assessment. And then this is the first time of our meetings that we'll actually take a lunch break, and then we'll return. We'll hear from CAL FIRE about the 2023 wildfire season outlook, and then we'll have a discussion on Energy Safety's request for recommendations. And through that, we will discuss the board's forthcoming vegetation management policy paper and next steps. We will also then elect a new vice chair, as the Vice Chair Fellman is stepping down. And finally, we'll adjourn the public meeting. Okay, so let's see. I'd like to announce upcoming changes to the Bagley-Keene Act open meetings beginning July 1st this quarter. So we will need a physical quorum present for our board meetings, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if a member outside of the quorum count can only participate remotely, they may do so if we notice this fact no less than 24 hours without disclosing their location. Is there anything else I need to mention, Joy, about that?
No, this is for advisory board.
So this is for advisory boards, and this is in a revision to, I guess, what the COVID rules were in terms of being remote before.
This is existing rule prior to COVID.
Okay,
Because the COVID rules are ending July 1st.
got it.
They're sunsetting on that date.
Okay, okay, great. Are there any questions about that? Do any of my fellow board members have any opening statements?
Yeah.
Okay, and then I will assume, Board Member Seifert, if you have any comments, please indicate so. I cannot see the Zoom, so I think Rain will monitor for your participation and let us know if you have any interjections or comments throughout. We'll move to general comment at this time. Note that the public may comment after each agenda item if desired. Rain first, are there any comments on the phone?
At present, there are no comments on the phone.
Okay, how about on Zoom?
On Zoom, we do not have any comments at present.
Let's check the advisory board email box. Jonathan, is there any communication?
No, none at the moment.
Okay. And I'd just like to reiterate that public comments are very important to us and we take them very seriously. So if there's, we'll just take one more moment to see if there's any additional comments. And please do reach out to us offline if there's interest. And I'm just gonna proceed. If anything comes up, Rain or Jonathan, let us know.
Well,
Okay. So next on the agenda is the board discussion and adoption of minutes for the April 19th board meeting. Should I interject for public comment here? Is there any public comment about our meeting minutes? Rain and Jonathan, I'm just gonna look and see. Okay, great. I'm sure everyone's had the opportunity to read the minutes. Are there any edits or additions to the meeting minutes from April 19th?
No.
Fellow board.
No.
Great. Can I get a motion to adopt the meeting minutes?
I so move.
Any second?
A second.
Great. I call roll call vote for the adoption of the meeting minutes. Jonathan, will you do the roll call?
Absolutely. Okay. So it's a roll call vote on the motion to adopt the April 19th board meeting minutes. Chair Block,
Aye.
Board Member Armstrong,
Aye.
Board Member Mader,
Aye.
Board Member Seifert,
Aye.
Board Member Porter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bellman.
Aye.
All right, thanks for that vote. I'd like to make a quick administrative update and introduce our newest advisor, Sang Sobel. Sang just started with us at the beginning of June and will be working with Jonathan in supporting the board. Sang, would you like to introduce yourself and talk about your background?
Yeah. Thank you, Jessica. Hi, everyone. My name is Sang Sobel. I'm a California licensed CPA with background in finance and accounting. I'm super new to Wi-Fi Safety Advisory Board, but not to energy safety. I came from Compliance Assurance Division, where I evaluated the utilities compliant with the Wi-Fi safety, with the Wi-Fi mitigation plan. Before that, I worked as an auditor and investigator for the Public Utility Commission, the State Controller Office, and the Department of Social Services. I'm so excited to be here today and to take on the new role as an advisor to the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sang. Your experience will be very valuable to us in our process. Thank you for being here. We're thrilled to have you. So in terms of additional administrative updates, we still have 2 vacancies, 1 program and project supervisor and 1 associate governmental program analyst. We will anticipate that the positions will be posted as early as the summer. Next, we will hear from Colin Lang from Energy Safety for an energy safety update. Is Colin online?
Colin is online.
Great. Thanks for being here, Colin.
Hi, Jessica. Hi, everybody. I'm hoping I can share my, oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. I was hoping to share my screen so you don't have to stare at my face, but I can do it this way too.
Can't see you here, so.
Oh, no, of course. Let's see if I can.
The Zoom meeting sent to us that do have internet access.
Hold on 1 second, Colin. Say that again, Tom.
Could I ask that the board members, like I have my personal hotspot,
Yeah.
could we get a Zoom link sent to us? So that we could
Yeah.
see the presentation and the participants?
Yes, just make sure that you mute your speakers
I certainly will.
and your microphone.
And your mic, yeah. Should we wait or should,
You'll be able to handle that.
I'll send it.
okay. Shall we proceed?
Please,
Okay,
thank you.
go for it, Colin.
Okay, for whatever reason, the video is not working, so you will have to manage with my voice. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Colin Lang. I'm an acting program and project supervisor in the Electric Safety Policy Division of Energy Safety. Thank you for having me here today. I'm here to talk about what the policy division has achieved in the past few months since the last WSAB meeting and provide an overview of what we will be working on in the coming months. I want to provide you with a few updates in 4 key areas. Firstly, the status and next steps associated with energy safety's evaluation of the utilities 2023 to 2025 wildfire mitigation plans, or WMPs. Second, energy safety's 3 scoping meetings. An update on the work of our risk modeling working group, and brief updates in other areas such as safety culture assessment and our work to review existing safety requirements. So on the wildfire mitigation plans, the 3 large IOUs, PG&E, SCE, and SDG&E submitted their base WMPs on March 27th. Energy Safety is currently evaluating these and held a 2-day public workshop on April 27th and 28th to seek public input and comments. Energy Safety has accepted written public comments on the large IOU WMPs. These comments were due May 26th and can be accessed through our docket. The SMJUs, the small IOUs, as well as the independent transmission operators, or ITOs, based WMPs were submitted on May 8th, and we are currently evaluating those WMPs as well. We will hold a 1-day public workshop with the small IOUs and the ITOs this coming Friday, June 16th. Public comments are due on the small and ITO WMPs on June 29th, with reply comments due July 10th. Energy Safety will be busy evaluating all 9 WMPs over the course of the next few months. Energy Safety recently published a revised WMP schedule and now aims to publish any revision notices for the large IOU WMPs around mid-July, and those large IOUs without a revision notice will be getting a draft decision published in late August. Similarly, for the small IOUs, for the small utilities and the ITOs that will receive a revision notice, or that might receive a revision notice, those revision notices will be issued in late September. And without a revision notices, draft decisions will be published early November. Currently, we are developing the wildfire mitigation plan update guidelines for the 2025 WMP updates that will be submitted by utilities next year in 2024. Energy Safety hopes to hold a workshop regarding these update guidelines in late June or early July, and we will be confirming the date for that workshop very soon. Moving on to the scoping meetings. As mentioned at the last board meeting, during Energy Safety's review of the 2022 wildfire mitigation plans, we identified 3 areas that would benefit from collaboration for a range of subject matter experts. And as such, we committed to setting up these scoping meetings in each of these 3 areas. As a reminder, these 3 areas are utility vegetation management best practices for wildfire safety, community vulnerability in wildfire mitigation planning, and climate change modeling as it relates to wildfire risk. The scoping meeting on utility vegetation management best practices was held in early February. On June 6th, Energy Safety sent a letter to the WSAB asking for advice and recommendations regarding UVM best practices. And I know this is a topic on the agenda for later this afternoon, and I will join you for that discussion. The scoping meeting on community vulnerability was held in early May. Among the objectives for this meeting, one was to explore the importance of integrating community vulnerability into utility wildfire mitigation planning. We hosted speakers from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, UC Irvine, and the Sierra Business Council. and each presented on community vulnerability and discussed the following topics. What community vulnerability factors are key for wildfire mitigation planning? How can energy safety measure these factors to inform decision-making? What opportunities and challenges are there in applying community vulnerability to utility consequence risk modeling? And what other opportunities to bring community vulnerability into wildfire mitigation decision-making? The last scoping meeting will focus on climate change modeling as it relates to wildfire risk. This meeting date has yet to be finalized, but Energy Safety aims to hold this in July. Energy Safety looks forward to continued engagement on these scoping meetings with the board members. Moving on to our risk model working group. The risk model working group is in full swing. Topics this year have included coordination of government wildfire plans with utility wildfire mitigation plans, creating and maintaining an out-year fuelscape, structure to structure spread of fire in consequence modeling, and fire suppression. The next risk model working group is tomorrow, and we'll cover ingress and egress in modeling. Brief updates on other areas. As it relates to the safety culture assessment, Energy Safety is currently in discussion with our contractor over the 2023 safety culture assessment schedule, and we will hopefully kick off the 2023 safety culture assessment process very soon. And finally, an update on our work to develop regulatory recommendations for wildfire safety in accordance with Public Utilities Code section 326A7. Energy Safety has commissioned a study to analyze existing safety requirements for electrical corporations and provide recommendations for updates to existing regulations to mitigate wildfire risks. The study will assess whether updates to current safety requirements and/or implementation of new wildfire safety requirements may be necessary to mitigate the effects of climate change and prevent utility-caused catastrophic wildfires. Energy Safety is hosting a two-day public workshop on July 13th and 14th to provide more information on these topics under consideration in the study and to gather initial stakeholder input on these topics. The workshop discussion will inform our consultants' draft recommendations for the updates to the current safety requirements. We are hoping that some of the WSAB members will consider being panelists during this workshop. We published our workshop notice last week and have shared this with you and your advisors. Please do let us know if you are interested in taking a panelist spot on any of the specialist topic areas. That concludes my report out. I very much look forward to strengthening our partnership with the board and collaborating on these important topics moving forward. Thank you very much for your time, and please do let me know if you have any questions on any of the matters I have spoken about today.
Thanks so much, Colin, and we're very glad you can stick around for the afternoon conversation from the letter that we received. I'd like to hand it to my fellow board members. Are there any questions or comments regarding Colin's update? I have one, which is so for the updated guidelines workshop for the, I guess, the 2023 to 25 update. You said that there will be a workshop hopefully late June or early July.
Yes.
What will be the process there? Like at what, sounds like there's plans and an outline that will be discussed in the workshop, and then there will be a place for comment potentially from the board after.
Yes, that is the current plan. So we are developing like an outline of proposals for stakeholders, including the board, to review prior to the workshop. So hopefully the idea is to notice the workshop and provide those pre-workshop materials at the same time, hopefully soon. So there is plenty of time for stakeholders to review. Then we will have we will hold the workshop and go through the pre-workshop materials and energy safety proposals. And then I believe the idea is to have to accept written comments as well on these proposals.
Great. We look forward to the content. This outline of proposals that you say we should probably get before the workshop.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, we'll look out for that.
Good morning, Colin. This is Vice Chair Fellman. Just quickly, we really appreciate your invitation to participate in the workshops, and we've really enjoyed also the conversations in formulating topics for consideration by energy safety. And then your outreach to us on the vegetation management. It would be helpful if you had some other targeted topics that you could reach out to us, because you've issued an invitation for us to participate, which is again really generous and appreciated. I've said that many times, so I hope you get the message that we do want to work with you and collaborate. And again, if you could just look at the board members' expertise, and then through our staff, tell us who do you think would be most helpful, what would you like to see them do, and give us a more targeted invitation. And this is for two reasons. One, we do have a range of expertise on the board, and it would be, and I think I'm looking at my other board members, I think all of us would want to engage and offer the expertise that we have. However, everyone except me at this point has full-time professional responsibilities. And so if there's a designated topic, then I think, and I'm looking at my other board members, and feel free to comment, that would be very, very useful in allocating time and making it a priority. Is that fair?
That is,
Kelly?
yeah, that is fair.
Yes.
I have a comment, but go ahead, Colin, if you want to finish the thought.
Board Member Fellman, I will gladly work on that. We are currently developing the panelist list for the safety requirements workshop. I will certainly reach out directly to Jonathan and Sang, as well as the board members, so we can target, certain topics with certain board members as their expertise pertains.
Okay. Now, on a related note, may I suggest, Chair Block, that we, for this upcoming workshop on Friday for the WMP submissions from the small multi-jurisdictional utilities and independent transmission owners, are there any, my suggestion is to see among the board members if there's anyone who's interested in participating on a panel for energy safety's request.
It's great. Is anyone, sorry?
The matters regarding which matter?
This coming Friday's workshop on the WMP submissions from the small multi-jurisdictional utilities and independent transmission operators.
It's their annual WOP submissions. And the time frame for that is it's from 10 to 5, but I'm assuming there will be sections by topic,
Yes,
as has been in the past.
that's correct. Colin can speak more to that.
Do you know the schedule for Friday, Colin?
I am looking for it. Give me one moment.
May I make a suggestion that that's pretty short notice to have a board member, of course, any board
That's
member
true.
can participate, it's just short notice since today's Wednesday. Or Tuesday, excuse me, today's Tuesday. And so that we can talk about that more offline. Once you find the schedule, you could shoot it to Colin, Colin, you could shoot it to Jonathan as a schedule. But the second point I want to make is that, since our attorney's here, we have to discuss, matters that we want to do in public. I want to also suggest that in certain instances, we are able to brief our staff, and our staff can participate. As a suggestion, our staff could participate as a representative of the board. So Jonathan, is saying you would have our input on what we would like to say in the event one of us is interested in participating, but schedules don't allow that participation. So this is just an idea that this dialogue brought up, Colin. I again look to my other board members to see if there's any reaction, if they would like to pursue this further in discussions between the two staffs of Wildfire Safety Advisory Board and Energy Safety.
Well, Vice Chair, I actually can attend this Friday's meeting.
Right.
So I actually will attend, but as to staff, I think that that is a discussion we should follow up on,
Okay,
attending as a representatives in the future.
great. Yeah, board members first, and then just so we're actively participating, sometimes they've invited
I
us.
think
and we
it
haven't
might be
been able to
fruitful
be
if
there.
I attended with one of the staff members.
Yes, you do. You're very active board member.
Well, what I said was, Vice Chair, it might be fruitful if I attended with one of the staff members. So
Oh,
they
with
would
one of
be
the
able-
staff.
so they would be better able to represent the board in the future.
Mhm. Good,
Good,
good.
good idea.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you just tell me real quick, Jonathan, what the schedule is with?
Yeah, so I did share this with everyone on the calendar, but there are 3 panels so there's one 10 to 12 p.m. risk assessment and mitigation selection. Lunch break until 1 p.m. and then 1 p.m. to 2:30 grid operation, design and maintenance. And then from 2:30 to 4 p.m. vegetation management.
Great.
And then open Q&A until 5 p.m.
Risk assessment mitigation in the morning, and then the afternoon is split by grid operation, design and maintenance, and vegetation management. So that might be easier for us to participate by section. I'll follow up on that. I will see if I can attend some sections of it, potentially in the morning for the risk assessment and mitigation section.
Any other questions or comments before we turn to the next item? Okay, next slide, please. Thank you, Joy. Are there any public comments?
Yeah, are there any public comments?
No.
There are no public comments.
Okay, let me check the email just to make sure. There are no public comments in the email.
Okay,
Okay,
so on to the recommendations per Public Utilities Code, section 8389.
Okay.
Jonathan, will you do the review?
yes. So as a reminder of the recommendations that we prepared, I have summaries for both the board's recommendations on the wildfire mitigation plans, additional recommendations and performance metrics, and the safety culture assessment, or SEA, process recommendations. Next slide. So in terms of the our recommendations, so per statute, we're required to provide these annual recommendations by June 30th of each year. Beginning with the Public Utilities Code, section 8389, the board has no new recommendations this year specifically on additional performance metrics and processes for determining utilities compliance with its approved wildfire mitigation plan. The board recommends continuing with existing performance metrics and processes. However, in terms of 8389B2, the board offers the following recommendations, which are over this slide and the next. Just stay on the slide for right now. So in terms of the wildfire mitigation plan's structure and scope, we recommend that the executive summary of the wildfire mitigation plan serve as a standalone document, include all the key targets and cost estimates for reporting for the reporting period by program categories. This is notably absent among the wildfire mitigation plans that the utilities have submitted. There are some details along these lines, but it's not comprehensive. We think that this would be an improvement, particularly for the executive decision makers reading the document. Statutory or specific guidelines included the relevant sections should be placed in the footnotes or endnotes to save space. Sometimes these take up quite a bit from the page, and it's can be a distraction at times for the readers, in addition to taking up extra space. The table of contents should have hot links for ease of access. Not all the utilities have provided this information, which I explained in our recommendations. And I've called out a couple of utilities that have not done so. The list of tables and figures should additionally be put in an appendix. The table of contents in some cases have become overrun and extend to 30 or more pages. And this is one way to save space and get to more directly to the content. Utilities should develop an interactive web page to accompany the WMP submission. So in terms of this recommendation, we think that this would be useful for the general public, and it would be a resource for customers to help learn about where and when wildfire mitigation projects will occur, and create a better understanding for how the utilities are enhancing wildfire safety and where the funds are being spent. Next slide, please. In terms of system design and operations, utilities should incorporate local public works plans for trenching efforts from partner agencies into a prioritization and planning of their undergrounding efforts in order to save time and money from an efficiency perspective. Utilities need to provide their assumptions and essential information in their wildfire mitigation plans that are used to estimate the benefits of public safety power shutoff or PFPS avoidance and or outage avoidance for each program. The utilities need to clearly communicate how they estimate the effectiveness of their mitigations and how they control for factors such as weather and the effects of other WMP programs to explain how ignition reductions can reasonably be attributed to specific mitigation efforts. In terms of communication and community outreach, when utilities are aware of conditions that could lead to an enhanced power safety setting or EPSS or fast curve outages, they should communicate to the same stakeholders and partners as they would for a PSPS event. So even if these outages are short-lived, they may still have consequences that can impact the safety and well-being of local residents and the operations of businesses, including critical industry sectors. So the utilities should communicate how customers may be affected, including the likely duration of the impacts. And finally, the utilities should create an outage map unique to the high fire threat district or HFTD areas and communities, and have a readily observable website with information to help the customers and stakeholders respond to elevated risk. To that point, the utilities have a number of resources available that can predict whether or not EPSS events would occur, or the conditions in which PSPS would be implemented. And within those critical and most likely affected communities, utilities have an opportunity to create a method of communication in real time And we're concerned about how opaque that the public, or I guess, in terms of the public's understanding of the business of managing wildfire ignitions, possible damage, while utilities also attempting to provide reliable service can appear opaque to the members of the public. So we're concerned about that, and we want to enhance the public's ability to comprehend this information and enhance their understanding. So that concludes the recommendations for the wildfire mitigation plans. And if you turn to the next slide, we have a recommendation for the safety culture assessment process. So in terms of additions to the workforce survey, so I have 5 recommendations listed. So first is a statement gauging the employee's confidence to quickly alert decision makers and management within the utility about issues or safety hazards when detected. Second is a statement such as the following, which are listed: I'm empowered to make independent decisions concerning safety in the absence of decision makers or my management if needed. The third is a statement to assess whether workers are comfortable reporting issues, even if they turn out to be false alarms without the fear of retaliation. Fourth is a statement measuring the degree that workers feel safe and empowered to point out managers not following protocols or pressuring employees not to do so. And the fifth is a statement such as, we have regular or open channels of communication with other teams and or contractors responsible for wildfire mitigation work. And this is to gauge whether or not wildfire mitigation teams are working in silos or communicating effectively amongst utility employees or contractors. In terms of the additions to the management self-assessment, the first is a statement, to what extent do you coordinate on safety matters with communication providers who share pole space with or who attach their equipment to the same poles? Second is a question about the degree to which the utility shares information with other utilities and partner agencies about safety programs and initiatives to address safety culture and best practices. And finally, recommendation in terms of how energy safety can collaborate better with partner agencies. So energy safety should partner with safety experts from the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, the federal government, California's Division of Occupational Safety and Health, which is referred to as Cal OSHA, or independent monitors to help independent monitors and meet with or sporadically observe utility and contractor crews. Just to enhance visibility and be able to meet with the crews and talk about issues. So that concludes the recommendations for 2023 in summary. And I'll turn it back over to Chair Block.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, for outlining that and for pulling all of our comments together into a coherent and constructive recommendation document. Are there any questions or comments from the board members on this overview?
Yeah, Chair Block, I do. I wanted to bring to our attention the Joint Pole Association, which is part of our recommendation, are the utilities, the big 3 IOUs sharing information of who's attached to what structures and what area, and collaborating on a full mitigation plan on how it affects the hot fire threat districts. I don't think that they spend enough time in that arena, and it's definitely not addressed in their safety assessment. But it is information that's important, and it could also lighten the burden on what mitigation efforts are taken when it isn't just the IOU that's responsible wholly for that. when you can have cable or other utilities that are attached, sharing the cost. Also, their safety programs also is another, in the management self-assessment is important because all three have different approaches to their programs and their initiatives, and all three of them sharing best practices, what's working, what isn't working, what's necessary to motivate their employees or their workforce to adhere either rules, tools, or behavioral modification. What would probably be a help.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Board Member Porter. Any other comments? Vice Chair Fellman.
Thank you, Chair Block. Can we, Rain, can we go back to the slide on the first set of recommendations, the structure? The comment here, my comment here is that when we read the WMPs, we're looking at them through the lens of the public and not just how these are presented for review purposes by energy safety, but also can someone in the public pick up the documents and access them. And so these recommendations are not intending to add qualitative material or even quantitative material to the documents, but to reduce some of the language that's repetitive from the guidelines, and to also have create an access point for the members of the public to the content of the WMPs. And one observation that I'd like to make is the utilities each have a WMP webpage, and it's very useful to have that. However, in terms of what the actual content of the WMP, again, it would be very, very helpful to have something that is digestible, easily accessible, as well as perhaps even an infographic like we just saw for the earthquake safety at the beginning of the meeting. So there can be toggles, an interactive toggle back and forth. So if people are looking at, well, what projects are going to be built in our neighborhood, or how much is the utility spending, or what are their plans for the future, a reader can just jump to that.
That's a great recommendation, Vice Chair Fellman, and I, having attended many of the risk modeling or working group meetings, there are some high-level overview slides around how some of these management plans have been, mitigation plans have been changed over the years, and maybe some of those graphics would be appropriate on the site. So the WMP workshops and the risk modeling workshops have the IOUs have presented some really great some overview slides. So if Colin's there, I'll follow up with you on maybe contributing some of those to their public websites.
And I'll volunteer to work with you on that,
Cool.
to engage in that conversation. So again, Colin, if you're there, we should set up a time in the near future where we could just walk through this and see if you have any questions about it.
Rain, is Colin still there?
Colin is not.
Okay, I know he's in and out, so he'll be back later today. We'll follow up with him offline.
We'll ask our staff then to set that up,
Okay, great.
please. Thank you. And I want to also thank Jonathan for the overview and the structure of our recommendations this year, because we have seen the guideline process mature over the last 3 years that we've been active in this process. And kudos to energy safety for all the work they've done, and more than kudos, just awe at all the work they've done. And that in incorporating our previous recommendations and processing those, and we did feel for members of the public that we could hone in on our specific recommendations, offer rationale for that, because we are intertwining with the process up front, and we have just, established a collaborative working relationship with the energy safety staff. So we feel very comfortable with this new structure that Jonathan proposed. And thank you again.
I second that, thanks. Great, are there any other comments?
So under the, thanks, Chairman Block, but so under the system design and operation on the next slide, number 7, this is kind of a recommendation, somewhat of a recommendation that was made in the past. And one of the biggest issues that we see with design and wildfire mitigation things is whether or not you can quantify what has the effectiveness of what has already taken place. And we do know that after PSPS events, there's a post patrol that identifies, takes pictures of the damage, basically damage assessments of areas before they can re-energize the line. The recommendation before was, and what we tend to see is areas where there were no mitigation measures to start with. We should be documenting and tracking areas where mitigation measures have already taken place. If vegetation was removed, was there damage associated with vegetation, then an enhanced vegetation section, or did they cut the vegetation away far enough? If there was upgrades to the system, insulated conductors, those types of things, were those damaged during these assessments? That's kind of how you quantify whether or not the measures you're putting in place are working or not. And if they are working, then you can increase the threshold potentially of PSPS events in the future. That was one of the things that was brought up, I think of last year at some point, and really haven't seen anything on whether or not what the IOUs are putting into system design and hardening. Is it effective or not? Are we just throwing money at something we're still going to be into the PSPS event world?
And
Yes.
Chair Block, if I may expound on
Yeah.
Board Member Armstrong's comments. I speak mostly to item number 6 and 7. Initially, the law and the mission of the Wildfire Safety Division was to develop wildfire mitigation plans to reduce the risk of wildfire. And then subsequently, it was the use of PSPS events to mitigate those risks for experiences widely by state residents, and quickly bolted onto the goals of the wildfire mitigation plans was also to avoid PSPS events, because the mitigation of the wildfire risk itself was an undesirable thing. The reduction of power, the interruption of power to large numbers of customers. And so, one of our missions when you review the PSC regulation is that we need to develop, we're supposed to recommend on performance metrics. And it's hard to make that recommendation in relationship to PSPS until we understand how the investor owned utilities are evaluating how much risk they're mitigating from wildfires and also PSPS events, right? So, for instance, if they underground a section of a line of a circuit, they definitely have mitigated some of the risk of the initiation of a wildfire. However, if during red flag days, the source of that line is going to be shut down because of the mitigation tactic of PSPS events, then there isn't going to be energized line on the underground section. The customers that are undergrounded are still going to feel the effects of PSPS events. So really, there wasn't any contribution from that mitigation to, or there was a vastly reduced mitigation of the risk of high consequence wildfires for the mitigation of the underground. So if we understand how for any particular mitigation effort, be it covered conductor, be it enhanced vegetation management, be it undergrounding, or de-overheading, as I like to say, then we need to understand how they're evaluating those in order to be able to set up performance metrics, because ideally you would have a well-planned mitigation effort that would mitigate both effects. You know, and not, obviously, that's not going to be a one-to-one all the time. There's going to be, we've seen high consequence wildfires on non-red flag days, so you know, not all wildfire mitigations can also be applied to reducing PSPS, but there's definitely a place where those overlap. And if we can get the information that this board is recommending that the Wildfire Safety Division put into the wildfire mitigation plans, then we'll be better able to advise the Wildfire Safety Division on future wildfire mitigation plans and setting performance metrics to derive that. And that's related to number 7. You know, there was a market drop off on the use of PSPS events in this last year. And it is, we'd like to, well, the board is recommending that the Wildfire Safety Division require the IOUs to do an analysis of why that was. You know, we know that there were pulses, mini pulses of humidity into the service territory of the 3 IOUs because of weather patterns that wasn't the same as the previous years. We know that reduced that increased the water content of the fuel, which made it less likely for there to be you know, fast traveling wildfires. We also know that there were other mitigation tactics that were used, such as fast tripping. And so how to attribute, you know, that where does the benefit come from? Did it come from the weather? Was it the settings? Was it half and half, 1/3, 2/3? And if we can better understand that relationship, then we can better understand where to advise to place resources to make sure that the mitigations are as effective as possible. And so that's why this board is making the recommendations 6 and 7.
And just to tag on to that too, I mean, we're looking at the EPSS fast curve outages. Those need to be evaluated too, because it is an outage that needs to be determined what caused that outage. I mean, were there other wildfire mitigation measures taken to that sectional line when those settings were set at that. Yeah, so it's better to evaluate. I mean, you've got to see what, we're 4 years into this, we got to see what's working.
But those EPS tactics were only pretty much used in the last summer.
Right.
And they're definitely attributable. There's some factor of the reduction in wildfire starts that's attributable to them. And that's what we're asking for, is to have an analysis done to see how much was reasonably you could attribute to them. Then we could evaluate the benefit gain. And then we can after that go to see what's the benefit of further resource spending in the mitigation world versus this benefit of using those EPSS scores.
But also EPSS, I'm sure if we dig into this a little bit, it'll probably show part of the reduction and why there was less PSPS events.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're
Okay.
public, we're saying so.
I'd like to follow on that and say there might be an opportunity here to specify criteria by which energy safety could use to do this evaluation. So instead of saying, you know, how are we monitoring this? How are we measuring it? Maybe propose ways in which it can be measured.
You know, I agree, Chair Block. I was when reviewing the PUC 8338, I think it is. the performance metric, we're supposed to recommend performance metrics, and we recommended the same performance metric. I will admit that in this meeting, I'm beginning to think maybe we can rephrase 6 and 7 in the form of a recommended performance metric.
For this round of recommendations or to consider in the future?
Well, considering that I thought of it this morning, it will have to be in the future, but who knows? I might be able to get to it by the end of the month, which is our due date.
Well, if I may, Board Member Mader, these are just summary slides. These are not the actual, this is not the actual language that is in the recommendations. I can read what's in them if you do not have them.
I recall, and I know that we don't have, they're not worded in the form of a recommendation on performance metric, but
So.
Okay.
I think there could be two ways that we could go forward. We could,
Adopt and
you can do an adopt and amend.
We'd have to have another public meeting before the end of the month. And we would
In
have to
order
have
to
it
do
in
the-
person on, oh, no, we
So there are two ways you can do it. You can say we can adopt it as amended as, and then you can specify what you want to amend and adopt that as amended, right? That's what Chair Block was saying. And then, or you can say, you can ask Jonathan to take it back and then meet again. And then adopt that and see what he has before you vote on it. So.
but what you're saying is if we adopt and amend, do we have to issue another document or it's just in the record that we amended it?
It's in the record, and you should like issue after the cleanup document, so people can see what the final product is.
So we don't have to vote on that final product?
You're voting on, so you have to be very specific about what the amendment is, and that's what you're voting on. You're voting on everything and the amendment.
Right now.
Yeah, that's option one. Option two is you ask Jonathan to take it back and amend it. And then
Right.
you see that and then you vote on that. So then you don't have to be on the word,
So,
or you can table that for future.
So I was gonna suggest that as a third option,
Yeah.
suggest that we vote to adopt the recommendations today and that consider an additional document that we approve as a board later.
but we would have to do that by June 30th.
I see.
So I have a fourth suggestion, which is we're about to go to lunch. I like the adopt as amended. And if this board member Mader, if you're at lunch,
Yes.
you can propose language and you can work with Jonathan at lunch to propose language. So we could postpone our vote and vote on the language as the amendment.
I understand, I gave myself homework.
again, by the way.
Again.
My preference would be that we take care of it today. And I think given how how the recommendations are structured, it's straightforward. I'm not saying it's simple, but it's a straightforward fix to allocate it to a different topic. And I have being old school, I have a printed copy of the recommendations that I will pass to you that you can use to spit on.
Yeah, I recommend therefore that we move this item to later in the agenda in the afternoon.
Yes, second.
Okay. Jonathan, will you take a roll call
I don't-
vote on moving this agenda down? Is that what we're doing?
Point of order, Chair Block, I don't think we need a motion by the board to rearrange our agenda.
Okay,
I think we just
Cool.
rearrange our agenda.
Yes.
And you
Great.
can the executive.
let's rearrange the agenda.
Well, actually, we don't even have to rearrange the agenda because we're on item 5. All we have to do is not vote and then take it up after lunch.
Okay, great.
Absolutely.
You're always right, Vice Chair.
That's right. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you.
All
I'm
right.
always interested in accommodating your brilliant observations.
So to recap, also, I wanted to check in with board member Seifert online. Is she tracking? Okay, great. Yeah, Alex, if you have any comments at this stage, just make it known in the chat. So to recap, we're gonna postpone our vote until after lunch. With potential amendment from board member Mader. And with that,
Well, if you have a question.
Just
yes,
one more comment
Yeah.
on another section. that-
yes,
we
please,
get off that. And
absolutely.
it's basic on the safety culture assessment and recommendations. Number 3 on the additional to the workforce survey. One of the things that we really need is a true near miss programs. I believe San Diego Gas and Electric really hit that in one of our previous meetings where it's a no harm, no foul. Meaning that there's two main reasons why people don't report near misses. And one is embarrassment, the other is fair discipline. So if nobody got hurt, nothing got damaged, and nobody knows about it,
Mhm.
why not report it? But if a safety rule was violated in the process, then there's fear of
Right.
those two things. And I would really encourage more of those true near miss programs like the aviation and the firefighters have done years ago. It's true. No fear of discipline, that find out the issues, what's missed, how could that have happened? And truly find ways to prevent that from happening again.
Are there lessons learned from the firefighter world, the aerial firefighting world that can be applied?
So I know the FAA had did one many years ago, and I think the utility industry tried to follow that, but the firefighters, I don't think it was as successful
Mhm.
as the aviation, but just trying to develop a true, even if San Diego Gas and Electric management is truly handling it the way they are, then that's a good start. But we routinely see things where people report something, hey, be careful, I opened this cabinet, didn't have my gloves on. Oh, you didn't have your gloves on. It's not what happened. The fact that they reported it, nobody would have known that he didn't have the glove on unless he self-reported.
Hmm.
And at that point, he realized there was an issue. Let's get this out to everybody that, hey, these are potential hazards that could take place. And that's with anything. It's just that whole fear of discipline or retaliation, instead of getting the word out there that, hey, these are potential hazards that you really need to look forward to. Pay close attention to. And until we can get to that, it's going to be difficult to get to, a lot of times people don't want to self-report because, again, the embarrassment part of it. So keeping it sanitized, no names, this is an event that took place, nobody got hurt, but this is potential, something could have happened. That's truly what we're aiming for, and I believe that's the gist behind statement 3.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Okay, so before conclusion, I just want to ask again, are there any more comments about these recommendations from the board? Okay, we will revisit after lunch, and we shall now break for lunch, and we will be back at what time? At 1. Thank you all for those online, and we'll see you right back at 1. Right. All right, thank you, everybody, for coming back. For those that have been able to come back for the afternoon portion of our board meeting, where we left off when we took a break was to for John Mader to generate an amendment to our recommendations. Jonathan and John Mader.
Well, Chairman Block, may I move to amend our recommendations? Or I would like to offer a friendly amendment rather to the recommendations.
Yes.
And I worked with Jonathan Frost, our staff support,
Yes,
and I think we're ready to present
great.
my recommendation.
Okay, let's do that.
So.
Yes.
So it's page number 2, which is corresponds with the 8th page of Microsoft Word.
Yeah.
All right, if we could go ahead and if you could scroll down right to, yeah, there we go. So in retroflexion, when we're reviewing PUC code 8389 B1, it's also the responsibility of this board to make recommendations on performance standards. And it seemed that our included recommendation number 6 regarding the wildfire mitigation plans was a prime area for the recommendation of a performance standard. We did not make changes to recommendation number 6 for the wildfire mitigation plans, but I am recommending that we add this recommendation to regarding performance standards, and we thought that it was best to put them in a different paragraph. So it would read that the board recommends that the Energy Safety Division require the IOUs to characterize their wildfire mitigation plans in discernible spending categories and to score their performance over the last 3 years on an annual basis by filed wildfire mitigation plan. The basis of the scoring should be based on the high consequence wildfire avoidance and also PSP avoidance. Energy safety should further consider requiring the utility to segregate high consequence wildfire avoidance by red flag warning days and non-red flag warning days. The board is interested in identifying performance metrics that are able to distinguish between a given mitigation's wildfire risk reduction and accurately attribute the amount of contribution to the avoidance of high consequence wildfire by the reliance on PSPS events. Since most high consequence wildfires have occurred during red flag warning events, and if PSPS is initiated, PSPS may be the primary contribution to the avoidance of high consequence wildfire over the category of wildfire risk mitigation being scored. So what we're trying to capture here in this recommendation is that we may have circuits that have covered conductor that are installed on them. There may be enhanced vegetation, and previously it may be represented that there will be some wildfire risk reduction because of that. When in fact, in many cases, for most of the grid of overhead assets, for at least 2 of the IOUs, PSPS is the primary mitigation factor being used. They shut down the power, and so the actual reduction avoidance of high consequence wildfire events is from the PSPS, not the actual other risk mitigation allocation. And so we're recommending that these performance standards be able to distinguish between them so that it can further later in the determination of which type of spending is most effective to make both reduce wildfire events and also push towards the less reliance on PSPS events.
Which, you know, I mean, which goes to what I was saying before is they do post patrols. They document, they catalog everything, or they catalog areas where mitigation work has already been done.
Right.
And what's the outcome?
Yeah, what, how was it helpful?
Board Member Mader and Mr. Frost, thank you for your work on this. I support this amendment. I think this is something we've been talking about for a number of years, and Board Member Armstrong, also thank you for underscoring this. May I offer one language change, because I think the word is not, the word discernible is not aligned with what you are attempting to do here, and suggest that we substitute the word discrete.
I accept your friendly amendment upon my friendly amendment.
Okay,
Instead of discernible.
And I agree with you. And as an engineer, I'm slightly embarrassed I use the word discernible.
That's all right. I just looked up the definitions, and I think what you're trying to get at is
Discrete, yes.
discrete.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Because discernible, I looked up, implies that there's already.
As I said, as an engineer, I'm somewhat embarrassed, but yeah, you're.
Don't be embarrassed. I could not do any kind of, well, I used to know how to use a slide rule.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have to get our oscilloscopes out now.
okay. So do we move to accept the
Public
amendment?
comment first.
Yes,
Public comment first.
Okay.
And then we do. Yes.
are there any other board members that would like to comment on this amendment? In particular, Alex, board member Seifert, if you have any comments, please, as a matter of fact, if are you sharing your screen? Okay, great. And I will assume, Alex, if you have nothing.
Alex has no comments.
Okay, thanks. Okay, any more other board member comments? Okay, moving to public comment. Are there any public comments regarding this amendment? Asking Ray and Jonathan.
At present, there are no public
Okay.
comments.
There were none on the email either.
Okay, great. So now we move to adopt
As amended.
the recommendations as amended. Do I get a motion to?
Motion to accept the friendly amendment.
The recommendations as amended,
As amended. Yes.
and Chris, you said, yes.
Second.
Okay. Do we need to do roll call for this? Vote? Jonathan?
Okay. So I'm calling roll call on the vote on the motion to adopt the board's recommendations as amended to energy safety on the additional wildfire mitigation plan requirements and performance metrics and safety culture assessment. Chair Block,
Aye.
board member Armstrong,
Aye.
board member Bader,
Hi,
board member Seifert,
Aye.
member Porter,
Aye.
vice chair Kalman.
Aye.
Okay. All ayes, no nays. No abstentions. Thank you for the vote. We will now, let's see, so now we're done with, yeah, we've adopted the recommendations. We shall move on to the presentation by Jeff Fuentes from CAL FIRE on the seasonal outlook. Jeff, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Great. No, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair Block, and the rest of the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board members for having me today. Again, Jeff Fuentes. I'm a Division Chief in CAL FIRE's Utility Wildfire Mitigation Program. My plan was to give a high-level briefing on the 2023 fire season outlook, what we're seeing so far this year, talk a little bit about, current drought conditions, impacts from this winter storms, tree mortality, some statistics we've seen so far this year as it relates to number of ignitions, acres burned, and then seasonal outlook for the next 4 months from predictive services. So I guess with that said, I think we're ready to move to the next slide. One more slide, please. All right. So during this winter, we were fortunate to experience a significant amount of wet weather and snowfall in areas throughout the state. This really helped pull us out of those drought conditions across many areas of the state, as you can see on the slide here. The impact of the precipitation on the map is pretty evident, much different than last year at this time, and even more so when compared to 2021 if you saw the drought monitor map back then. So one thing important to note is that some parts of the state still face moderate drought to abnormally dry conditions. As you can see on the map, Siskiyou, Modoc Plateau, as well as some of the Southern California desert regions like the Mojave Desert, Coachella Valley, and Imperial counties, obviously still have some dry conditions out there. And so also worth mentioning that it's going to take much more than a single year of wet, snowy conditions to recover from the previous 3 years of below normal precipitation. The conditions have provided kind of a temporary reprieve and resulted in a delay to the fire season, and we're kind of reducing that immediate fire potential that we often see this time of year. But counting on a less intense fire season as a result can be, a mistake. It's important to remain, vigilant as fire season progresses. The conditions dry and warm, in the coming weeks, those sources of fuel for wildfires will become more, susceptible to burning, even with improved drought conditions. So next slide, please. While the storms brought much needed rain and snow, one significant concern we're focusing on is, extensive tree and branch damage caused by the storms from, the wind, the weight of snow on already weakened trees. Damage has resulted, in, a new arrangement of the fuels. Typically, trees are upright. Fire might burn beneath them, stay on the ground, and, struggle to get into the canopies. But with the presence of this falling branches or impacted trees that have fallen from the winter damage, the fuel arrangement now enables fire from the grasses on the ground to more easily spread up into the tree canopies, becoming ladder fuels essentially. And, when those fuels are dried out, the rate of fire spread can escalate significantly when you have that, arrangement. So the change in the fuel alignment is one of the hazards we're looking at this summer, in assessing the impacts of access to roads, which affects not only our ability to reach and respond to fires, but could also potentially hinder utility companies trying to access power lines and carry out their work. So just some potential hazards, something that may encounter this summer due to the winter storms. Next slide, please. So the issue we're currently facing with downed trees is, it's closely linked to kind of the extensive tree mortality we've observed over the years. That weight of the snow I talked about and the impact of the storms has kind of exacerbated the damage to those already weakened trees. California, we've witnessed mortality of over 129 million trees, mainly due to extreme drought and bark beetle infestation. So these areas have been that have been particularly affected by the recent storms, are often in these tree mortality areas, and that spans 8.9 million acres throughout the state. And it poses a significant challenge in from the northern to southern regions encompassing California's entire landscape. So the impact of these trees is a major concern, not only for firefighter safety, but also for potential damage they can cause to utility infrastructure. So kind of highlights the importance too for thorough tree inspections by utilities to kind of mitigate the risk associated with weakened trees that can be a strike hazard to power lines. Next slide, please. So all the moisture that we received this winter, kind of, extending into the spring has resulted in a significant growth of grass throughout the state. The large grass crop can, impact the way fires burn, the way fire spreads. We saw a similar pattern in 2017. The thickness of the grass crop, once it's cured, is a very receptive fuel bed for ignition sources. So you can see in these pictures, just looking at Kern County in the left image, this is at the end of April. You can see kind of that lush green grass covering the hillsides. When you compare that image 4 weeks later in late May on the right, you can see noticeable shift in the landscape. That once green, moist grass cures very quickly and transitions to, those golden brown dried grasses. And this is, particularly evident on those southern aspects, which receives, more direct sunlight, tend to experience higher temperatures and drier conditions compared to the northern aspects. So that's where you're starting to see those grasses cure. And unlike the grasses in our lawns, our yards, the grasses in California are annual field types. So regardless of the amount of water they receive, it's a natural part of their life cycle to die off in late spring. And as those grasses die, they become available fuel for burning. And so, once we transition to warmer temperatures and get some wind, the light fuels dry out very quickly. The middle image there, you can see has an arrow. Hopefully you can see what it's pointing at as a firefighter there. This is in the Tracy area, and it's just to kind of give you an idea of the height and density of this year's grass crop. And I'll touch a little bit more on this when we get to, how this is impacting even some of the fire prediction simulations that we do. So next slide, please. So this slide is a snapshot of wildland fire statistics for 2023, and I have to apologize. I see a slight error in the date at the top of the slide. These numbers are actually current as of yesterday, June 12th, and not May 30th, as that top of the slide is indicated. So I'll get you an updated slide for that. But year to date, we've recorded a total of 1,639 fires, which collectively has burned just over 4,000 acres. As you can see, the figures relatively lower compared to statistics from the previous year in 2020, as well as the 5-year average. The downward trend in fire occurrence and acres burned is good, but as mentioned, we're having a delayed start in comparison to some of these prior years just because of the wet winter and mild conditions in the spring. So, looking at the last 4 to 6 weeks, we have seen more initial attack fires. The fires have doubled. And we have had some pretty mild conditions with just a few kind of select days in there where we've seen hotter temperatures. So as we move more into those summertime conditions, those initial attack fires are going to increase. So next slide, please. So this next slide is the 4-month seasonal outlook from Predictive Services in Northern and Southern California Geographic Area Coordination Center, so the GACs. And I'll start kind of with the Southern California seasonal outlook, June through September, which are predicting, shower and thunderstorm activity near to above normal thunderstorm activity through September. Temperatures are predicted to be below normal into July, then becoming closer to normal in late July through September. So that marine layer over the coastal areas will be deeper than normal into July. I know I've been down in Southern California the last couple of weeks for different meetings, and definitely June gloom down south this year. It's prevalent. So, and then there's the above normal snowpack that's continues to melt and keep those soil moistures high. So large fire activity will be normal over the high elevations through September, and then larger fire activity will be below normal across the lower elevations in June. And then as that marine layer, just because of the deep marine layer, and then as that becomes shallower, returning to near normal large fire activity July through September, when that goes away and those lighter fuels become fully cured. So large fire potential will increase as those living vegetation moisture levels decrease as well. So For the northern region, June through September, predicting, kind of that dominant onshore flow the next few months, timely cool and moist intrusions in June, a slow start to, fire season that we've already seen, better potential for problem lightning, possibly in August and September. Significant fire potential is near to below normal through July, then normal August through September. And that's what these maps are showing in these predictive service areas. So confidence is high that critically flammable live and dead fuel moisture alignments are not expected, until potentially August or September. So like widespreadly. So, and I think what we need to remember though, is in California, when you look at these maps and you see normal, it's normal to have fires in California. So it's not saying that, we're not going to have fires. For an example, in June, a normal would be 1 to 2 large fires in one of these predictive service areas. In July, that means like 1 to 3 large fires. In August, that means up to 6 large fires. So in these predicted surveys. So I just think it's important that, when we look at the slides, that we don't get complacent thinking, oh, we're normal, so therefore we shouldn't see any fires. That's just not the case. Unfortunately, in California, normal includes those wildfires. So next slide, please. Looking further into the summer and fall, we're looking at a shift to an El Nino period. Influence in El Nino in California, can be complex and, depends on several factors. Generally, El Nino events associated with, warmer ocean temperatures in the equatorial Pacific, which can, influence weather patterns, worldwide. So during El Nino years, California tends to experience wetter conditions with, increased rainfall and cooler temperatures, but it's also led to, increased lightning potential. So if you remember back to 2020, August, we were in an El Nino then, and that August 2020 fire siege sparked, 3 massive wildfire complexes in northern and central California, which was like the state's worst fire season on record. So El Nino can also bring those lightning concerns. In the north, the last few days up here where I'm located, there's been in Northern California, thousands of lightning strikes in the state. Luckily, a lot of that was accompanied with precipitation and, those higher normal fuel moistures for this type of year, which was good. We still had some small lightning fires, but, there is a potential for that so in these El Nino conditions. If we move to the next slide, please. So we discussed the fuel load, particularly with the GRASS model. And so what this slide is showing is, there's a heightened fuel load that directly influences fire spread, flame length, suppression techniques, and resource requirements. So last year in our fire prediction simulations, we utilized what was a fuel model. It's a GR2, which is essentially based on the fuel thickness, a continuity of the fuels. However, this year we've transitioned to using a GR4 model, specifically designed for denser fuel loads. So better representation of what we feel those GRASS fuels are like, similar to what we have out there. So the impact of this transition on fire spread is a big difference. You can see on that's what this slide is kind of illustrating, is an example of that GR2 GRASS model on the left side. And these are under the same conditions. A fire with a 12-mile-an-hour wind would expect to move around 800 feet per hour with an 8-foot flame length. And that's what our basis for the modeling last year was in that fuel type. So by using the GR4 model this year, you can see that same fire under the same wind conditions is projected to have a much higher, feet per hour and flame lengths. It's showing a 15-foot flame length. I mean, this changes, considerations and resource allocations and suppression techniques. So, it's important to note that these simulations aren't accounting for fire suppression. It's just a way to show the example of the difference of the grass crop. So, next slide, please. So just a quick comparison here, because I know it's been brought up a lot on this season compared to the 2017 fire season. That 16-17 was the wettest, year on record. And this year, I think we're at like the 4th wettest year on record. And interestingly enough, 16-17, we were coming out of years of drought. And we had this great winter wet season, very similar to what we're seeing this year. And for those that remember, 2017 was the year of the North Bay fires. Those were all the fires in wine country in October, Sonoma, Lake, Napa, Mendocino, Yuba counties. A lot of impacts from those fires. And this year's potential with our large grass crop, unfortunately, is, it could be very similar. Obviously, too soon to know what fall will be like this summer and where those fuel conditions will be. But just kind of want to touch on the comparison and just do talk about those similarities. So if we can go to the next slide, please. The last 3 slides I'll go through kind of quickly. I know kind of probably getting close to time. So we're gonna just get into the readiness and resources available for response. So due to this year's weather conditions, an early augmentation of engine resources, as in years past, was not required. And our engine staffing dates were all based on our normal funding. So as you can see last week on we increased the number of engines from 182 to 262, which works out to be 1 engine essentially per station. And moving towards in the future that peak staffing statewide, where we'll have 365 engine staff. So next slide, please. Next slide is just showing our crews. So we have funded Firefighter 1 crews, National Guard crews, California Conservation Corps crews, and CDCR crews that are utilized and are funded for the fire season. These crews are the ones that are out there constructing hand line, doing some very rigorous work on the fire line, and also are doing fuel reduction work. So next slide, please. This is the last slide covering, this is going to cover the aircraft, a little bit of fixed wing and then also the rotary aircraft. So, CAL FIRE is now using Sikorsky S-70I Firehawk helicopters. 8 of our 10 heli-attack bases have transitioned to those new S-70Is, which is replacing our older fleet of the Super Huey helicopters, which served us well over the years. But these new S-70I helicopters bring enhanced capabilities. We can carry larger payloads, can hold more water, 1,000 gallons of water, which is essentially 3 times what the Super Hueys could hold, have integrated hoists for rescues, able to do night flying operations, once properly trained. So last year was a first for us doing those night flying operations. You can see on the slide 3 of the 5 night flying bases are operational. We also have 18 Air Attack OV-10 Bronco planes as part of the fleet and 23 S-2T air tankers. So, and then also you can see some of the numbers there for exclusive use aircraft that will be available on contract as well if needed. Next slide, please. So this is the end of the presentation. I wanted to thank you, the board, for the opportunity today to kind of let us present on this, be available to answer any questions or, take emails or if something comes up later on down the road. But appreciate the opportunity and just want to say thanks.
Thank you so much. That was a really excellent presentation. I have 2 quick questions. These are also kind of sort of arm wavy questions. One, have you seen more, are we seeing unseasonable lightning in Northern California this time of year?
I'm sorry, say that one time again.
Are we seeing lightning? Are we seeing unseasonable lightning in Northern California right now in the last couple of months?
We have seen lightning. There's definitely been that monsoonal moisture. It's not like it's never happened before. I think one thing that we are able to benefit from is all that precipitation and snow that we had. So that is helpful. When we do get that lightning, and it's been accompanied with a lot of rain or precipitation with it, which also helps. So it's not as common, but not to say it doesn't happen.
And then my last question, I appreciated you correlating this year with the 2016 to 2017 transition. But with the El Nino coming, shouldn't we also be starting to see an earlier winter this time of year? I mean, wouldn't that be part of the forecast?
There's a potential for that, but that's not I think that would be ideal, right? If we were able to, have a shortened fire season, but I don't know. A lot of that depends on when we shift also from, that in zone neutral to El Nino. There's that's not always the case, I guess I should say. So I'm hopeful that, that we do get some weather, in fall, and we don't have a long dry period in the fall, because, if otherwise, the fuels are going to continue to dry out. And it's really, the least amount of time where we can have our live fuel moistures and dead fuel moistures at those critical alignment levels, the better. I would say it's definitely not, it's a possibility, but it's not a for sure thing. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I figured, just thought I would ask. Thanks. Thank you so much for the presentation. And should I ask for, do any board members have any comments? or
Yes, I
questions?
do.
John?
Thank you, Chairman Block. So you presented that you're anticipating a faster spread on wildfires in areas where you have a grass wildfire. So that would be predominantly down south. That's not going to be as pronounced in the northern part of the state, where primarily we're talking about forests. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say north and south. In Northern California, there is a large grass crop as well. But I think a better way to put it would be in those valleys, those lower elevations, foothills, where that grass crop is gonna cure out quicker and has grown more, if that makes sense.
It does to me. So we may be expecting less fires, but that doesn't mean that we're necessarily be looking at less high consequence fires, because while there may be less, the spread will be harder to combat, correct?
Yeah, I mean, they obviously have the potential for more rapid rate of spread with taller fuels, but I don't even know that necessarily that you're gonna have less. I mean, the thing with the grass is it's a very receptive fuel bed, so it doesn't take much for that to start. So, but those grass fires, depending on where they're at, a lot of it depends on the topography. Does it get into ladder fuels? What are those ladder fuels? What are their fuel moistures? Are they susceptible to burn? So, yeah, you can't really say that there's going to be less. It's definitely, we've been able to prolong those grasses from drying out as quickly as normal, just because we've had like these intrusions of moisture and mild conditions. But they turn very quickly. That fuel type, it doesn't take much. Some warm temperatures and some wind will quickly dry those out, and that's when we'll start seeing a lot of the initial attack in those areas.
So primarily that seems to be the areas where we're susceptible to grass fires. So my third question is, the way the wildfire seasons have gone, we've had a particularly bad run for half a decade or more, and it seems like there's always another shoe to drop. And while we may be looking at a late start for fire season, maybe even an early end to fire season this year, what kind of is there analysis and sort of projection of like the additional growth that happened because of this year in future fire seasons and the effects that it could have and how that will affect wildfire risk.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I haven't done any of those analysis, but obviously, if the fuel continues to grow, and it can be problematic to just have more increased fuel loading, over time. So, I think it's important though to understand that, like, we could still have, fires, and this season could not be an early season, and to basically plan and be ready for it to be a normal season, that maybe it's just delayed. It's really going to depend as we get closer to those fall and when those fuel conditions actually change. And that's really what's going to, determine when we start being more active. But I think we'll have summer soon enough. It's an interesting season for sure. It being the middle of June, and I know at least where I'm at, we've usually seen some pretty hot temperatures by now, and we've been able to avoid a lot of those this year. So there is potential for fuel loading to continue. That's why fuel reduction work is very important. And people have defensible space to protect their residences, and then also just to reduce the fuel on the landscape.
Thank you. That's the end of my questions.
This is Vice Chair Fellman. Have you noticed any shifts in fire risk for the already burned areas where vegetation is coming back? Do you look at that at all to see if they're at risk with the either the scrub you pointed out or grasses coming in?
So, obviously, when there's a fire, the timber is not going to grow right back, depending on what kind of area it is. So what you'll typically, start seeing is those lighter fuels come back, and brushes and things like that. So there's definitely potential for fires still in those burn scar areas. It might be different types of fuel until the timber or whatever the natural vegetation grows back to. So definitely still can be potential. I mean, the grass is a perfect example of that. You can have grass grow back the next year, and now you have a potential grass fire. So the same thing could be said with brush. There's that it grows back very quickly.
Thank you.
Any more questions from board members? Okay. And no public comment at this time, or
Yeah, you can ask public comment.
is there any public comment at this time?
Presently, there's no public comment.
Okay, great. Jeff, thank you so much for that presentation. That was very helpful. Okay, thanks. I'm going to move on to our next agenda item. I'd like to, it's kind of an announcement, but Energy Safety wrote a formal request to the board in accordance with Public Utilities Code Section 326.2D. They're looking for recommendations from the board on utility vegetation management practices and best practices for vegetation management. Energy Safety would specifically appreciate feedback on which vegetation management topics should be examined, the priority in which they should be examined, and any best practice recommendations on these priority topics. So we're embarking on that evaluation, and we're leveraging the presentation in part with that board member Seifert presented last board meeting to engage the beginnings of those conversations, and we will revisit that conversation after our first guest speaker, Dr. Max Moritz. Is there anything at this phase, Jonathan, that I should cover, or can we
do that.
Well, if we want to talk about the letter really quickly, we can pull it up on screen. Otherwise, we can just summarize it briefly and then move forward, whatever you think is most
Okay.
effective, Chair Block.
I think just mentioning that the request for, best for board advice on vegetation management is good at this stage. And Dr. Moritz, is he online?
I am.
Okay.
Great.
Excuse me, Rain, is there any way to project the speaker while they're speaking now? Okay.
So Dr. Moritz, we can't see you, but we can hear you and we'll see your slides.
Okay.
And we've asked him to come present in part because of this vegetation management request. Let's see. Jonathan, will you read Dr. Moritz's bio?
Yes. Second. Okay. Dr. Max Moritz got his PhD in biogeography in 1999. He's been a statewide wildfire specialist with the UC, University of California Cooperative Extension since 2004, and is an adjunct professor at the Bren School at UC Santa Barbara. Much of his, and that's the Bren School of Environmental Science and Management. Much of his research is on the dynamics and effects wildfire regimes at relatively broad scales, including drivers of fire hazard, projections of climate change effects, and land use implications. Through his extension activities, Max aims to apply scientific information for sustainable planning and management decisions on fire-prone landscapes. And we'll turn it over to you, Dr. Moritz.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I'm used to giving this presentation myself, so I guess I'll just say next over and over and over, because there's a lot of small nexts in the transitions. But I have been studying fire for, I guess, 30 years now. The last 20 of which I've been a statewide fire specialist within UC, University of California. In many states, I think I'd be called an extension professor, but in California, we call this faculty line a specialist. And I'm going to give a little bit of background on some of the research topics, and then try to hone it in on some issues that are related to the topics that you have at hand. Next. So if you guys have heard much about fire from an academic perspective, you often hear about the fire behavior triangle, right? The components or the variables that affect rate of spread, fire intensity, flame lengths. And those typically are boiled down to, for any given fire, fuels characteristics, weather characteristics, and topography. And this has been a useful construct for thinking about how to predict how a given fire might actually behave. If you zoom out and look over longer scales of space and time, next, maybe one more. As a biogeographer, and I think Alex thinks of fires somewhat like this too. Individual fires are important, but you can understand a lot by their collective kind of behavior and patterns across a landscape. And when we've started seeing data sets like this over really broad areas and long periods of time, this is fire just kind of marching through probably munching through the vegetation. It's marching through the months here. It was a real eye-opener, really just amazing kind of patterns and what we could learn from them about why we saw different kinds of fires and in the patterns that we did. So next. Yeah. So we determined basically through some study, one more. Yep, there you go. Basically that there are three kind of bins or sets of controls that we focused on in my group, to try to parse out, how to predict fire frequencies and what drives them, and then how they might change in the future. So one set of variables is controlling fuel amount, right? The environmental constraints on productivity, really. How fast does vegetation grow and accumulate in a given area? And that productivity is controlled by different variables depending on where you are on the landscape. Fire season, something that dictates the variables that dictate the window in time in which conditions actually promote flammability, right? So the length and severity of the fire season, and then something to start the fires. You have to have ignitions in space and time that coincide with those other two constraints. So next. Oh, look at that. This is another reason why it's always better to do it yourself. There should be a bell-shaped curve or so across that figure there. Basically, the gist of this is that after you look at fire over broad areas and long periods of time, you sort of realize that there are parts of the landscape that are kind of too cold or too wet. There are parts that are too hot or too dry to sustain fire very often. You do see fires occasionally in those two sort of marginal areas, but you really have very suitable conditions for fire. There's kind of a sweet spot, and that sort of looks like a niche in a way if you're an ecologist. And so species distribution modeling or habitat suitability modeling or niche modeling actually provided a nice set of tools and theories to some degree for pursuing some of these questions. Next. So in my group, again, just to quickly go through it, we started out very broad, actually, looking at global patterns of fire, using fire prone and fire free, more or less, parts of the world to train the models. Next. We produced some of the early global projections of what might happen to fire. These are ensemble projections, right? So you have 16 or 20 or however many global climate models you have. Yes. And the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has moved towards this ensemble agreement, strong agreement, weak agreement kind of approach to things. So we were able to produce some of the earliest projections for that kind of an assessment. And some of these made it into the IPCC reports back then. Next. And we sort of figured out what we ended up calling pyrogeography, or what many people ended up calling pyrogeography. Some of the basic ideas that seem to constrain fire activity, that fire frequencies follow this first order gradient of productivity, NPP, net primary productivity, but that along that gradient, even if that explains most of the variation, there are other factors that come in that might bump a given area to be having more fire during a certain time or place, and others having less. This ended up kind of being called this varying constraints model of what controls fire across the planet. Next. And conceptually, this fire regime triangle is sort of a complement to the fire behavior triangle. Basically, at broad scales of space and time, you have these three basic bins of controls that do vary spatially, but they come together in different places and times to give you the kinds of fires you see. Next. Now, at broad scales, we were able to do most of that modeling, leaving humans out. Basically, the biophysical variables that the GCMs, the global climate models, gave us did a really good job of filling in those gaps and telling us what would be seen where. But as you get to finer and finer scales, you can't leave humans out anymore. Basically, at our 50-kilometer grid scale for global work, it doesn't work. It doesn't actually produce useful models anymore. At fine scales, say at 1 kilometer, on the left here, you have fire activity over, say, 50 years or so in orange over the different ecoregions. You just don't get the answers right or as right if you leave out the humans. You got to have things like road networks. The power line infrastructure is the figure on the right here. Population densities, housing developments, all of that has to be brought into the models as you try to predict fire activity at finer scales. And that's what we've spent a fair amount of time on over the last decade. Next. And we've produced a set of models that have two kind of, you can break it into two bins again. You can have models that can show you future fire activity, but also the sensitivity in a way. How much do the natural or biophysical variables push the model? And that's the left-hand side there. Versus the anthropogenic contribution. How much do road densities, housing, population, electrical infrastructure? And it turns out that the anthropogenic contribution, the human variables, they can push fire probabilities up. That's what you see in red, or they can push them down. And that's what you see in green. There's this hump-shaped response, actually. Next. So this is out of the model itself. This is actually a finding that Alex hinted at years and years ago, pretty important and probably general, almost law of fire, that basically there's probably a hump-shaped to varying degrees of response of fire to human development. In this case, we have the human mean housing density. And so that you have some background level of fire that as you develop a landscape, the fire activity goes up, and then it peaks. And as you continue to develop that landscape, you're eventually fragmenting up the landscape, so there's not as much, contiguous blocks of flammable vegetation. You have a lot of pavement. You have organized fire suppression, right? And eventually, you're in a very urbanized situation where you don't have wildfire anymore. Next, but this fundamental relationship is pretty important, and it caused us to rethink that fire regime triangle and to put the human influences back in there to make it very clear that part of this is a biophysical issue, but part of it's a very human-driven issue. But it also raises a bunch of questions and insights about how we can use those development patterns as a lever to actually affect fire activity down the line. Next. Okay. Yeah, and so this is a projection just for a very specific place, the Bay Area. You see that on this particular projection, the fire activity is all worse. It's unchanged in some areas based on the left-hand panel, the biophysical, the natural contribution. But the human effect, you can have very big increases and very big decreases depending on how that future landscape gets developed. So that is a very important land use and urban planning. It highlights land use and urban planning as a really important policy lever moving forward, because it affects where we put houses, affects not just our exposure to fire, but also it feeds back to it to affect future fire activity itself. Next. So some of these models are actually used by CAL FIRE. The fire probability model that I've been talking about underpins CAL FIRE's forest fuels treatment program for avoided emissions. They actually use, people will come, or projects will be proposed to CAL FIRE, and they will use our fire probability maps to say how often actually might those projects actually pay off? How often might they manifest the benefits in avoided emissions that they're claiming to have? Next. Okay, what's not in the model? So this is actually a part, I don't want to say it's the holy grail, but all of us have been really hoping to find some good fire weather patterns, some models that produce detailed patterns of Santa Anas and sundowners and Diablos and Mono winds on the west slopes of the Sierras. There are techniques to actually model and map these. This is just one example from quite a while ago, looking at Southern California, but many of the models that we have don't have detailed downslope phone wind, as they're called, phone winds in them. And one of the latest versions that we are producing will have some of those built in, the annual fire probability maps. So we do have some new data sets that are showing that it's a pretty important set of variables. but those are not in the models that we've been looking at up until now. Next. This is some new work that I think would be useful. I'm going to propose it or explain it and then propose that it might have some implications for the issues that your board is tackling. This is some recent work looking at chamise dominated landscapes for the most part. It's a common chaparral shrub. Chamise is kind of the poster child over the years, over the decades, for live fuel moisture sampling. Lots of agencies go out and take live fuel moisture samples every couple of weeks. And they'll weigh it, dry it, weigh it again, and then get the water content and where you are in the fire season based on the water content. I think the last discussion we just had was talking about how, we might have a late start to the fire season, and it's in part because of live fuel moisture. Things are staying green longer and starting that dip later. Well, we took all of the historical records for live fuel moisture and we modeled patterns of live fuel moisture across the landscape, and we tried to relate them to historical patterns of wildfire. Next. And we found some pretty interesting patterns. I'll try to explain this for a second because there's a fair amount in this figure. The LFM, or live fuel moisture, is shown here on the x-axis, right? And at its wettest, these are broken into percentiles from 100% wettest to 0 percentile driest. As the fire season progresses, generally you go from very wet, right, to drier and drier and drier. You're going to the left on this x-axis. And the little dots are individual fires. And what you notice is that in the wetter portion of this figure, there's lots and lots and lots of little fires, right? Many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of very small fires that don't actually add up to all that much. But as the vegetation dries out, we've done what's called a threshold analysis. It looks for breakpoints in these data. And pretty consistently, we identify two different breakpoints. One is, in this case, it's at 42 or so, roughly 40 percentile live fuel moisture, which equates to a high 70s, so a 77% live fuel moisture measurement. Seems to be a breakpoint that probably relates to ignition success. Now, this particular figure is looking at cumulative area burned over the season. We've done this for numbers of fires, for average sizes of fires, and so on and so on and so on. We continually see kind of a 3-domain system, though, 2 different breakpoints with 3 domains. And the first domain appears to be when fuels are wet and they're drying down and fires just aren't getting ignited very successfully or spreading very far. But then they cross a first threshold, and that first threshold's very fuzzy. It's somewhere between, high 70s and mid 70s and mid 90s in terms of live fuel moisture. So it's a pretty broad range, and that probably relates to where fires are getting started, right? Lots of them are getting started in herbaceous, weedy, annual, grassy areas that then progress into shrublands of this type. And that can happen at under relatively wet conditions if the weather is supportive, or it can happen under fairly dry conditions, right? Depending on where you are and what the season's throwing at you. As things dry down, we have more and more larger and larger fires. There's this continuous increase until you hit this drier threshold of around 60% LFM. And actually, whether we're looking at burned areas, cumulative burned areas, average sizes of fires, numbers of fires, that's pretty consistently at 60% LFM, which, if you talk to the fire professionals, is one of that's that critical line they put across the bottom of the figure, where and that's the critical line, helping to move the smoky fire danger arrow to different categories. It's at 60 when most of the agencies consider the fire season to go into critical phase, and that's driven in many ways by this dry threshold that we observe in the fire history. So there's a lot here. This is a relatively new study that we're still learning from. We're actually taking from this We've scaled down and we've built flammability chambers, and we're burning plants at different levels of water stress to see, do we observe thresholds in the plants themselves and how long it takes them to ignite, how hot they burn, how long they burn. Do we see these same thresholds at the twig scale that we see at the landscape scale? Because it would be pretty exciting if it actually did scale up to the landscape scale. And it kind of looks like we are seeing some of that. We're learning a lot about the flammability of the plants. Okay, next. Okay, so I was just going to bring up a few, I don't know, ideas for discussion. Basically, I think we all know that veg type matters a lot. The work that we've just talked about here is really specific to shrublands. Shrubland ecology and fire dynamics are really different from other ecosystems. And I know, part of what is desired is to come up with some best practices for veg management. We've talked a lot about here that water content is really what's driving what we're seeing. But if you change, what's on the landscape from shrubs to grasses, that has a huge effect. The fact that we can actually almost count on water constraining fire spread in these shrublands is actually something we might use to our advantage. And once you take a place and you knock the shrubs back and you end up with grasses, you might have taken that tool out of the toolkit in a way. And it's just sort of self-serving, but we don't really know much about plants and water content and flammability. And, in my neck of the woods, we're actually talking about trying to come up with green belts as buffers. And that requires, though, that we understand a lot more about how green a plant needs to be to have certain flammability characteristics. And we actually don't have a lot of research on that. But I do think that some of these ideas could translate well to the conversations that you're having about veg management related to power line infrastructure. Okay, next, I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk about infrastructure itself, because that's sort of what my group has been focusing on more and more lately, is land use, urban design, retrofitting, mitigating risk, pretty much focusing on the wildland urban interface, because that's really where we have the biggest problem. The image I'm showing you here is Santa Barbara, not just because I live here, but it sort of embodies a lot of the challenges that we're wrestling with. I'll go into a little bit more detail about the colors that you see on this map, but here we have, infrastructure, the built environment, different conditions of homes, of water supplies, of power line infrastructure, different road networks and evacuation problems, degrees of buffering of these communities. It varies a lot. And I'll tell some of that story in a second. And the community itself, socioeconomically, the vulnerabilities, the affluence of this area varies a huge amount. And that actually plays out in how well the communities are prepared too, actually. So all of these things kind of come together in a given community where you're faced with what to do about these different components of the risk. Next. So we have two basic situations. One is the communities are already on the landscape. So we have this whole set of probably thousands and thousands of communities, millions of people that are already on hazardous landscapes, and they have been located and built in vulnerable ways. Well, we need some way of prioritizing what needs to happen in these communities, because there's a lot of mitigation activities that need to take place. And we have broken them down into three domains. We have the landscape domain, the community domain, and the built environment domain, kind of underpinning the flaming stool of resilience, the uncomfortable flaming stool of resilience there. Next. Many of you have probably heard of community wildfire protection plans, and that has been the tool of choice, very historically very useful for communities. It is one of the things that a community needs to do to be qualified for some grant funding types. Community wildfire protection plans involve the public, but they often are very focused on fuel breaks. In fact, their sole focus, in a sense, is to prioritize where fuel breaks are most needed on a given landscape. And in our neck of the woods, next, I think we go back to that image. I think there's 6 or 8 CWPPs across this landscape, all done at different times by different consultants with related but different methods, right? So these are all different studies that are kind of, some of them are very small, postage stamps, some of them are very broad, but they're studies that produce a plan that gets put on a shelf often, and then it's not used again. And so it doesn't say anything about which of these communities should be plugged into, say, a FireWise training and education program, or which of these communities have road networks or power or water supply networks that need to be retrofitted, or which parts of the wildland urban interface could be buffered by greenbelts. And that's one of the things that comes out from looking at the image here, the green-ish blobs on the western side of this image and on the eastern side of this image. That's largely agriculture. That's small scale ag that still exists in the front country behind Santa Barbara. And some of the yellow blobs are kind of natural fuel breaks of different kinds, golf courses, parks, and so on. But around Santa Barbara, you talk to some of the older firefighters, and it's those green belts, those orchards and natural fire breaks that have protected Goleta and the communities to the west, and Carpinteria, Summerlin, the communities to the east, from fires sweeping out of the Los Padres and into those communities. And where all of that is gone, above Santa Barbara and Montecito, in the center of this image, is where we have most of our home losses. It's a very visual depiction or example of the fact that these existing greenbelt buffers provide a protective role for this particular community. So anyway, we set off to figure out how do we measure and assess all of the trade-offs in all 3 of these domains. Next. Right, so the domains are, going back to the domains again, the built environment, the homes, the water supplies, power lines, road network. Next. Mapping all that out. Mapping out all the green belts of different kinds. They could be shaded fuel breaks of coast live oak. They could be golf courses. They could be existing ag. You could have riparian areas. Oh, now we're really, okay, next. You're trying to hurry this along, I can tell. That's fine.
No, I'm interested.
I'm kidding. So the community domain, right? Which neighborhoods actually don't have any training, don't have escape routes, brings in issues of renters versus owners, language barriers. The community domain is very complicated. Next. And this is just one of those flow diagrams that tries to make sense of all of what we've been tackling. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but basically across the bottom, you see those 3 domains: the built environment, the landscape, and the community, each of which has its own unique risks of possible bad outcomes. Well, the RWMP, the Regional Wildfire Mitigation Program that I'm telling you about, has a sort of a scoping phase where we map it all out, assess all the risks and the vulnerabilities, and try to combine them and figure out the trade-offs. Because in a way, we have apples, oranges, and mangoes here, but we need to come up with some prioritized list of how to proceed across these 3 domains. And the power line infrastructure is part of this. Right? It is one element in the built environment that is being assessed. And for example, you wouldn't necessarily place a high priority on retrofitting a specific part of the power line infrastructure, even if it was kind of risky or kind of, old and frail. Maybe if it was in a well-buffered neighborhood that had homes that were new and the community was very affluent, well-educated and well-prepared, right? My point is you would prioritize retrofitting of the built environment and the power line infrastructure in this case, based on other aspects of the community and other factors in other domains. So they're all linked. Next. For newer environments or newer developments, we have some other options. I'm just going to point you to a project that I embarked on, treading a little bit outside my expertise, but really looking at other countries, interviewing fire marshals and land use planners and trying to figure out what kinds of risk reduction measures might new communities adhere to be more survivable. And I'll point to a couple examples here. Next. Oh, well, a point I want to make before diving into that is everybody points to building codes. Everybody says, wouldn't it, can't we just solve the problem through better building codes for homes? And it turns out that a lot of the things we're talking about here, where a home is on an individual parcel, how a neighborhood is actually laid out with respect to the amenities and green belts and roads, and then where a community is sited in the first place, all of those are above and beyond building codes. And so these are levels of planning decisions that are actually important for the survivability of a community, but they're actually beyond the scale of building codes. We need a new set of resilient design standards for developments that go beyond building codes. Next. These are just some examples that we found. Using hazard maps, you can actually avoid siting of developments on the most hazardous parts of the landscape in the first place. This is something that is not foreign if you think of flood mapping. There are examples of this where this isn't from the Gaviota Coast Plan, where it's actually law that you have to use hazard maps to site communities accordingly. Next. This is something I think is interesting because it's not widely known. The local fire marshal that I learned this from said, yeah, whenever a developer comes in, I always send it back and I say, take all those homes off the outer perimeter road, right? Pack them all into the inside of the perimeter road on the other side so that you have a sidewalk, a road, a sidewalk, and a yard, all of which is defensible space, which adds protection to that community instead of fire coming in from the wildlands into the backyards of those homes that would have otherwise been on the outer side of that perimeter road. And then other fire marshals have said, I've never heard that before. That's a great idea. That's great. That should be a standard, right? Next. This I borrowed from kind of a smart growth application. This is supposed to depict kind of your traditional urban sprawl situation. On the right-hand side, we have an old traditional neighborhood with gridded streets and relatively high densities. As this neighborhood has developed towards the east, towards the west, towards the left. If you live in Santa Barbara, your east, west, north, and south gets a little bit tweaked because of where the ocean is. You see this sprawl, this lower density sprawl being characterized by a lot of cul-de-sacs, lower density. And this is supposed to show this darker green is supposed to be native veg, and this hatched landscape is ag, right? So as this community developed, it ate up a lot of its local ag and some of its native vegetation, its native habitat, with those homes. Now, it could have developed a different way. Next. It could have developed more like this, right? This is, again, from the smart growth perspective, they call this not a wildland urban interface, but sort of like it's an ag buffer interface. Basically, that the same number of homes could have been developed, but it could have been done in a more clustered way to preserve some of that ag as a buffer against fire, and local ag is kind of all the rage now anyway. And it eats up less native habitat. It's easier to defend. It's easier to get water, waste, etc., in and out of these places. And so, aggregated development or clustered development, which has implications again for power infrastructure, is hopefully going to be one of the waves of the future. And so I guess I would plant that seed for you, that both existing and future power line infrastructure needs to be guided by some new thinking. Next.
Real quick, Dr. Moritz,
Yeah.
I'm just checking the clock. How many more slides do you have?
One, I think.
All
I
right,
knew it.
sweet, of course.
All right, coordinated retrofits are needed. I guess this goes back to my earlier point. I think it's impossible, or at least ineffective, to think about retrofits of the built environment, especially the power line, without incorporating the other variables that are inherent to risk. We need some new resilient development standards for urban planning, but that would include power line characteristics. And I guess that's my last point I just said, reiterating that it's inherently a larger set of issues, and you can't really tackle them in isolation, I don't think, without leaving a lot out. And that's it. Next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moritz. That was really, really helpful and supportive in what I and Dr. Seifert and some of us from the board are attempting to do here to respond to this letter from Energy Safety asking us what some of our recommendations would be for addressing vegetation management issues. Oh, cool. Can you put that back on this?
Yeah, we can actually see.
We can see. All right. Oh, we can see ourselves. Good to see your faces. Okay. And I'm trying to pay attention to our time as well. So, I'm sort of transitioning into a somewhat free-form conversation. There are general order requirements. There are CAL FIRE legal requirements. There are many laws that are used to enforce vegetation management practices throughout the state of California. And board member / Dr. Seifert's presentation last board meeting described a number of fire ecological dynamics in California that are worthy of investigation that might inform some of these regulations. And I'm interested in finding ways that we can articulate some of the results of that research into something concrete and specific that we can offer to the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety. In particular, we have the CPUC high fire threat district maps, and we'll ask some of our other, we'll ask those that might be participating today. Is Tom Rolinski here yet, by any chance?
Tom Lewinsky is.
Maybe not.
Yes.
He is? Okay, cool. So Tom, we're looking forward to your presentation shortly. And if you speak to the CPUC HFTD map, we would appreciate that. If Colin Lang is back, he, I think, can speak to some of the generation of that map as well. And Alex and I, in our previous years of recommendations to energy safety, have suggested that vegetation management practices be defined by different ecological or fire regime or topographic or environmental or vegetative zones that would be defined. And Alex spoke of there being the potential for, Alex, correct, remind me, is it 7 fire ecological zones that you're proposing?
Well, I can't necessarily say I'm proposing those zones in particular, but when I created those, it was just sort of a case in point that there are different fire regime ecoregions in the state, and that each one could be treated differently based on the vegetation properties and other aspects that make it unique.
Right. And so, both of you, Dr. Moritz and Dr. Seifert have made reference to the foliar moisture in vegetation and how that might actually be an advantage in preventing preventing fire ignition or ignition propagation. That was very interesting to see how many ignitions we get in shrublands that don't result in large wildfire, and that our human forcing that generates the majority or the vast majority of fire in California are actually what's driving these type conversions. So we're forcing out shrubland and turning it into grass. And in the north, we're dramatically forcing the forest to change in these catastrophic high heat wildfire events. And with that, so, I'm going to recap. Actually, I wonder if we could go to the next slide.
Well,
One more. Let's see, there might be like a 3 if you hit 1 or more. Yes, and 1 more. So these are some of Alex's conclusions from her presentation last time, which we did not have much time to cover. So I'd like to open it here for a moment to board member comments and questions to Dr. Moritz's presentation, as well as Dr. Seifert's presentation from last board meeting, where we might see some opportunity for recommendations, particularly in vegetation management, as energy safety is doing these scoping meetings. First, any board questions or comments?
Well, Chairman Block, I have a comment. It's, when taking in Dr. Moritz's presentation and Dr. Seifert's, there's obviously, as Dr. Moritz points out, there's many factors that have to be considered here. There's the zoning, you talk about hazard maps. But the work of this board is regarding wildfire starts related to utilities, right? And so
Yes.
there's all this interrelatedness, and it's a challenge. It's more of a comment. It's a challenge because you can see where, for instance, the obligation to serve for a utility, and there's someone builds a home far away from where infrastructure is in the middle of a forest. We have to go through all kinds of high risk areas in order to serve them. And that may not be in the interest of the people of California, right? But that's beyond the scope, really, of what our mission is. And that's where I get a little frustrated. There's more of a comment, really. I get frustrated that our mission is limited in what we can do. And again,
Certainly.
I see the work that you are doing, Dr. Seifert are doing, and the efforts in your other endeavors. It's can be frustrating.
Well, one thought, if I may tack onto that, is, for instance, clearances and right-of-way clearances. And just Alex's presentation suggested that, there's value in defensible space, and beyond a certain distance, we actually might be hurting more than helping ourselves, right? That the more bare earth we try to induce, the more invasive grasses might come in. And if that's the case, is there a lesson to be learned here for protecting utility infrastructure? And are there opportunities in certain geographies for potentially introducing different fire resistant plants? Are there opportunities for certain types of irrigation in certain elements of the service territory? Are there opportunities in some of these results to provide those recommendations where practical?
You're referring to the requirement under the pertinent code to clear the area around poles that may have because of the type of equipment that
Yes,
when it operates, such as lightning arresters or fuses, that
right.
they're required to have a certain amount of space. I have to say that all of my recommendations, I've recommended the consideration of installing exempt equipment, so as to as to avoid the necessity to clear those spaces, because even though there may be a superior way to do it, as you say, in my experience, human error can often result in clearances not being maintained. You're relying on a very very varied system being maintained 100% of the time.
Right,
And it's obvious failure point.
Right.
To achieve the mitigation desired.
yeah, and actually, and Jeff, if you have thoughts on the success of clearances and the ability to maintain or enforce clearances where needed, where these non-accepted equipment are, we'd appreciate your comment there. I think to board member Mader's point, that there is this opportunity for error. So is there a place here where we can introduce new ideas around vegetation management where maybe costs are reduced and error is reduced because we've got vegetation doing some of the work for us? And it sounds like a complicated conversation, but I'm trying to at least begin that conversation now. Jeff, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to the clearance at the base of the poles, and obviously, as you mentioned, if you switch to exempt equipment, then that can negate the clearance at the base of those poles. One thing though is, I think there is also, having defensible space for the infrastructure is also another important thing to have, so we don't keep burning down infrastructure regardless of the cause. So I know just from experience of being on areas where I've seen fires burn every few years and burn down the same poles over and over and over again, I think that there is value as well as having kind of defensible space around those poles to protect the assets. I think it's probably pretty costly to replace those each time. But just like we do for residents. And then the other piece is that there are still potential ignitions that can come from things fail, there could be defects or something. So having that protection is good. I know some of the utilities have done some like fuel reduction work, like so thinning. They'll do the 10-foot diameter radial clearance, and then go out further and actually just thin the vegetation. So kind of, create, make the fuels a little more sparse, not have those ladder fuels, which I think is, a good thing, that, or a good way to help reduce those fuels in those areas. So, I don't know if that really answers the question, but the problem with the effectiveness, I think, is a lot of times we don't know if, all the times that it was effective. Like if we don't go out there was no fire, where's that getting captured in the data? So I think that would be a really important data set to collect, is like all the near misses in those cases where maybe that area prevented a fire. But I don't think that data is out there.
That's good to know. I think I see board member Seiferd's hand up.
Oh, I think all I was going to say was just sort of a summary that Jeff Fuentes and Max and I have all made comments about the danger of grasses. And it's, it's something that keeps coming up over and over again. And I think that's a good place to start. And, in addition is, what Max was saying and what I've been saying about fuel moisture and alternative land use or plant types that have more fuel moisture, and this trade-off between fuel volume versus flammability, and what can ignite versus what ultimately becomes an intense wildfire. And and then also just underlying again that once something is cleared, especially in Southern California, it's not a question of if the grass is going to establish, it's a matter of when. And so if it can be guaranteed that it's going to be kept at bare ground, that's one thing, but that's not a guarantee. And I also just wanted to point out that while our scope for this board is only with the utilities, and Max and I have talked about other issues in terms of, well, fires being influenced by a variety of things, including not just climate, but humans, etc. Sort of the broader understanding of fire behavior, but also in the years that I've been on this board, I've seen a number of the plans talk about working with others to create fuel breaks and vegetation management in shrubland landscapes. And so to the point that those are part of the wildfire mitigation plans, I think we can speak to those in terms of what are the trade-offs if we are thinning or converting chaparral to something that could then convert into grasses. So that's, I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Board Member Bowman. And to follow up on Dr. Seifert's comments, and what Dr. Moritz triggered is that there's going to be a regulatory lag in this conversation, that right now we're addressing what was known from the last fires. And it would be, since we're discussing our papers, it would be good to introduce that timing factor. How do you look prospectively rather than review reactively? So we can incorporate this thinking into the utility planning process. And even though we are limited to the IOUs, and that's my one point. The second point is, even though we do have the specific mandate, I think it's important to look beyond in relation, I want to articulate this carefully, in relation to the utilities efforts, that we look at what is not their responsibility, if you will. Like, how do you bring in communities and governments and science into the conversation? And I like the way, Dr. Moritz, you framed it, and I'm so happy we can see the speakers now. The way you framed it, that, utility infrastructure is just part of the conversation. And I think that's a fair assessment too, because Board Member Porter, I think you referred to this earlier, that the utilities are seen as the sole funding source for all of this effort, and that falls on the ratepayers, and perhaps there's a wider society / taxpayer obligation in this conversation.
And I like to piggyback on that. We have to, if we stayed extremely narrow in our definition of what our responsibility actually is, we're missing the point. We've got to together as a group come up with, and that's with the Office of Energy Safety and we as an advisory board, come up with how we address, right, number one, future development in this state. We have to be aware that the utility infrastructures, whether they be IOUs or POUs, is ubiquitous in this state. So we have to address it. It addresses every variable out there, whether it's landscaping, whether it's zoning laws. Even though they may not be the cause or ignition, usually whatever their infrastructure is has to be rebuilt. And it does play a part. So exploring every possibility is what we're doing. And so we definitely enjoy the perspective that our board member, Dr. Seifert and Dr. Moritz and CAL FIRE, we all play in the same arena right now. However, as I said before, I believe the big IOUs are the proxy to us going to the taxpayer of California to at least get a strong foothold on this big issue.
And just to follow on that quickly, that there's a cognitive regulatory dissonance in the sense that the WMPs are looking backward in the sense of utilities committing to something, guidelines asking the utilities, are you doing something? In the utilities reporting that they're doing it and adhering to what they intended to do. However, when you get to the Public Utilities Commission, that's a forecast of potential costs that will be approved for the IOUs, and the rate cases of the POUs will be the same. How much do you expect to spend on wildfire mitigation? And baked into that, to my earlier point and what Board Member Porter just built upon, is the assumption that the utilities will be doing certain things and, for example, clearing forest. So you have to bake in at the forecast period, like, what do you do with grasses? So, and I just want to add to the conversation, that's something that Board Member Porter and I are interested in, drawing that linkage as a policy paper between what the PUC and the rate cases of the POUs look at, and how do the WMPs fit into that?
If I may, I have a slightly different perspective. I agree that it's very informative and necessary to have the perspective, the information, the wide-ranging experts on this, and to help us to define what the big problem is. But by relying or seeming to advocate for relying on putting the onus on the IOUs to their WMPs to deal with all of these issues, or to go in spaces that aren't necessarily their responsibility, may contribute to certain bodies not taking their part of the responsibility. For instance, making sure that there's enough evacuation routes from it, right? That's not a utility's responsibility.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Or clearing forests necessarily. Now, it's great that some of them have looked into forest, putting in burn breaks, but that's because the relevant responsible parties aren't doing it, and maybe.
Yeah.
So I'm a little concerned there. But I definitely want to rise in support of Dr. Moritz's recommendation to use golf courses as a break between lanes.
Well, so I definitely want to make sure that, that we're staying in our lane, so to speak, but that there is something here that could potentially be, as Board Member Seibert put in her presentation, solutions of co-benefits, that what is being enforced on the utility infrastructure side could also be a benefit, because the conclusion in both presentations are that humans that cause ignitions, utility infrastructure is part of that, and every ignition that occurs in California is contributing to the conversion of our ecosystem to a more flammable space. And so every time we can prevent an ignition from spreading, the more sustainable the state of California will be. And so I don't want to stifle the conversation, but I'd also like to introduce the segue here, which is what Board Member Seibert and I have proposed in the past, is doing this vegetation management differentiated across the state of California by region, defined by the vegetative, topographic, and ecological, climatological zones. And there are many ways to do that. And I was listening to Tom Rolinski present on the fire. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to fudge it. The fire climate zones that they serve in the Southern California Edison territory, and would like him to present on that, because he also has an extensive Forest Service background before coming to Edison, so that we can start thinking about ways in which we could propose that differentiation be made as a potentially part of one of our first recommendations to energy safety. So before transitioning to that, I'd like to ask Board Member Seibert if you have any more comments or recaps of your presentation from the last board meeting.
I think what I had just wrote is, once again, that it isn't that clearing or thinning or even prescribed fire vegetation management is that we don't recommend it. We very strongly recommend it in a lot of the formerly frequent fire forests that have become, overgrown and experiencing very high stand density. So, it's really, the important thing is that it's about the geographical differences. It's about understanding the ecological system and the natural fire regime to which the system has become adapted. And when the fire regimes exceed, the natural range of variability, that's when, ecosystem type conversions and ecological crossing thresholds of ecological resilience can occur. So again, I think I'm just reiterating that it's a geographical issue.
Indeed, I think that's super important. Dr. Moritz, any additional comments from our conversation here?
No, I mean, I agree with pretty much everything that's being said. I cannot help but view these problems as connected, and I really applaud the push to keep the conversation as a connected set of issues, because we're just otherwise chipping away kind of ineffectively at small pieces of it and not really getting ahead of the curve otherwise. But yeah, thank you for the opportunity, and I'm happy to contribute whenever you need.
Thank you very much. We'll appreciate that in the future. Yep. And I do also very much appreciate that there's a lot of development happening in California rapidly, and that there's an opportunity for discussion of new ways to think about new infrastructure, new energy infrastructure being installed, not just the revision of existing. So thank you for that. Just opening up to the group. Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Also, Jeff Fuentes, wanted to leave it open to you as well if you had any other comments before going to Tom Rolinski. Oh, thank you. And any public comments at this stage?
At present, there are no public comments.
Okay.
None on the email either.
Okay, great. Tom, are you there?
Tom, go ahead.
We don't see him on the.
He is present.
Participating in the.
Tom, if you can run the microphone check on Zoom and see if you're connected properly.
Oh, really? I don't know. Do we need a break? Why don't we take a very short break? Let's take a 5-minute break so that we can work on Tom's mic, and we'll come back at, let's say, 3:40. Yeah, 5 minutes. And then the other option would be that
Can you guys hear me?
That's Tom, we can hear you.
Oh,
Great.
great. Okay, fantastic. Sorry about that.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for being here. How long about is your presentation?
It's as long as you want me to make it, or as short as you want me to make it, either way. I am
No, that's-
flexible.
That is really great because we had tech issues earlier this morning and we're running behind.
Yeah.
I
Do you guys have my presentation, or am I sharing my screen?
think we have it.
Okay, perfect. If you guys can run that, that would be excellent.
Okay, cool. So let's see.
Well, actually, yeah, you're right. I saw it on the,
Okay, cool. Okay, then we're in really good shape. What's an ideal time frame for you, Tom?
15 minutes, something like that.
15 would be perfect.
Okay.
get him, he's a trooper.
Okay, so. All right. Okay, so we're in good shape. Tom's doing 15 minutes.
So yeah, I think.
And Tom, were you able to listen into the last part of the meeting?
I did. I think I caught probably half of Max's presentation, and I heard some of the board members asking questions. So yes, I did catch part of the previous
Is it
material.
possible to turn your camera on as well? Or
It is, but it's going to be a little awkward here.
got it. Understand.
So let me take my mask off here because that's going to look kind of weird.
There's masks here too, whatever.
Thank you. Whatever
All
is
right.
your comfort level.
Yeah. Okay, so are you sharing the presentation, because I can't see anything here?
Yes.
We're missing one board member in our staff.
Oh, yeah.
Very explicit.
When you say,
248.
when you say 248, you
Around 248.
mean ish.
Yeah. Come on, we're the flexible board.
By the way, Dr. Moritz, my daughter has her master's from Bren. She doesn't know you, but she graduated 3 years ago.
What was her name?
Lillian Mervis.
Okay.
You just gave
There's
us.
a lot of
chapter.
smart kids come through here.
We really liked it.
Okay, so we need John, we need Jonathan.
And I just met, what's his name, Mark McGinnis, one of the founders of Bren, actually the like one of the originators of Earth Day. You know him?
I think that's above my pay grade. I don't,
Yeah,
they don't let me talk to people like that.
okay.
So Mary Ann's not here, but can we start?
Yeah.
They told us.
Okay. We will, we'll recommence. Let's see, do we have
We have
do
this.
we have a bio for Tom? Can you-
Yes.
Okay, great. Next, we'll hear from Tom Rolinski on the fire climate zones that Southern California Edison uses. Jonathan, will you read his bio, please?
Yes, Tom Orlinsky is currently the fire scientist for Southern California Edison, one of the nation's largest utilities. In this role, Tom is responsible for bringing together the latest science and technology to help build a comprehensive fire program for reducing wildfire risk across Edison service territory. Prior to joining Southern California Edison, Mr. Orlinsky worked for the federal government for over 25 years as a fire meteorologist. During the last 15 years, he became a recognized leader in California's fire program. His pioneering approach to fire meteorology and his collaborative spirit have led the way in developing new tools to assess wildfire threat across the state.
And in that, he's been participating in this conversation through his efforts at the Forest Service long before he was a Southern California Edison employee. Tom, thanks so much for being here. We'll hand it over to you.
All right, well, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. One technical issue here. I cannot see anything on the screen. I just have a sort of a black screen. So if you're sharing the presentation, I'm not seeing it.
The presentation is being shared.
Okay, is there something I need to do on my end here?
Are you on a computer? Are you on a phone?
Yeah, I'm on, I'm on my computer.
Um,
Stop sharing, reshare.
We'll just tell them what slide that we're on.
Sure.
So go ahead and advance the next slide.
Okay. Yeah, it's really weird. I can't see anything here. And I don't have my presentation with me here. Let me just, I can just probably talk for out of memory here, but so I'm not sure you probably have a map of the fire climate zones on the screen here, but yeah, so let me just talk and give you a little bit of background here. But so when I first came to Edison, which was almost 5 years ago, one of the first things I wanted to do was develop fire climate zones, which are very similar to the predictive service areas that the geographic areas have in Southern and Central California. They kind of mimic a lot of those similar boundaries, but not quite, because our service territory is obviously a little different than the area of responsibility that the GAC has in Southern Central California. But I did, I did break up our area into 11 fire climate zones, which I call fire climate zones. And these are basically areas that have similar fire history, similar fuel types and amounts, similar terrain, and similar weather sort of climate features. And these and the reason, one of the main reasons why I wanted to break up our area into these fire climate zones, because we do have districts, which are these sort of these large areas, although some of the districts are smaller than some of the fire climate zones, but we do have, I think it's like 30 something districts. And we do also have some weather zones, but I wanted to develop these fire climate zones specifically so we can do analysis for our service territory um, on fire and just relating fire with weather conditions, past weather conditions, and past fuel conditions, because I really, as a for the company, we really need to understand what our fire potential is. And so it's necessary to sort of break up our service area into these different regions to help with the sort of the aggregation process. If we broke up our area into really small, tiny little zones, then it's very difficult to do an analysis, because you'll find that some areas you're just not going to have much fire history to do any analysis. So it's helpful to sort of cluster, break up these areas into these zones, so that we can perform that analysis. And again, a lot of it's based upon, and I can give you some examples. I'm not sure where I'm maybe jumping ahead on the slide presentation, but um, one of the areas that is very distinct is Zone 4, which is the San Bernardino National Forest. Um, and the reason why that sort of stands out is because they get a lot of monsoon type of thunderstorm activity in the summer, and they can, to the point where it can start affecting fuel moisture and fire activity. In fact, they're like 95th percentile largest fire size there. If you look at sort of all the daily um, fires in the, going back 20, 30 years, like the 95th percentile size fire there is like 50 acres. It's relatively small. Now they've had some very big fires there, don't get me wrong, but when we're looking at sort of all the fire history in that area, it's relatively small compared to some of the other areas, like portions of the Sierra and portions of the Angeles National Forest, which just sits just to the west of that area. But there's a real, Interstate 15 kind of is a dividing line for a lot of the monsoon moisture that moves up into the area from Arizona and Mexico, and it typically it does get further west into the Angeles National Forest, but it's more frequently stays in the San Bernardino National Forest. Anyway, my point is there's some areas that are very easy to sort of separate from other areas because of changes uh, in the weather, changes in fuel conditions and fire activity. Um, but anyway, so we've got again 11 fire climate zones, and I did. Some of the fire climate zones do include areas outside of our service territory, and we did that again just for the purposes of doing some analysis. It's just easier to kind of include some of these areas. So we do have some
Stop it.
gaps, like in LAWP and I think PG&E has a little um, area that kind of sandwiches in between our area and the Sierra. So anyway, I've included some of those areas. I'm not sure where we're at in the presentation, but again, I think you can see if you maybe step through another slide or two, you can see I've got some examples of some of the different fuel types in these different fire climate zones. We've got obviously a lot of desert sage out in zones 5, 6, 7, and 8, even in zone 9 a bit. We've got a lot of chaparral and mixed conifer forests up in the Sierra. We've got a lot of grasslands in zone 11 and also in portions of zone 2. So there's just these different kind of fuel regimes that help define these areas in terms of the kind of uh, the fire history we have and the kind of fire in terms of behavior and in these particular locations. And I will say we could make them smaller. Some of these zones could be split into smaller areas, and we may eventually do that if it benefits our company and sort of benefits the analysis. But right now, this is kind of sort of where we landed. And again, that was almost 5 years ago. But I think, they've been socialized a lot in the company, and we base a lot of some of our operational decisions. I shouldn't say a lot, but some of our operational decisions are based on our fire climate zones. And we're sort of built some products around our fire climate zone. So we could look at our daily fire potential. We could look at our fuel conditions across each of these fire climate zones on a daily basis. Um, so anyway, that's kind of it in a nutshell here. Again, it's a little difficult for me not seeing the presentation here because I didn't memorize each slide. I think I had like 5 slides or something like that, but I can probably, what's that?
We were just looking at the vegetation types, and then the slide you have after that is looking at the different energy release components.
Oh, okay, yeah. So thank you for that reminder. So that might be a little bit, I just wanted to basically give folks an idea of the difference in sort of fire history when we look at some of these different areas. So what's interesting about that slide is that what we did was we have daily values of the energy release component for our, again, aggregated to fire climate zone level, and you can basically we plot it every day for every year. I think going back to 1992 or something like that. You can see there's quite a few years on each of those charts. And then what we did is plotted, I believe it's fires that are 1,000 acres or greater, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the dots that are on each of those plots. And I just threw on, I think, 4 different plots just to show you some of the differences. Like probably one of the biggest differences you see is zone 1 along the immediate coast. Most of the fire activity falls outside the summer months. I mean, there's a few fires in the summer months, but most of the fires fall in the spring and in the fall, and that's associated with all the Santa Ana wind events that we have that affect Zone 1 versus sort of the complete opposite is Zone 10, which is the Sierra. Most of the fires fall in the summer months, and uh, we have very little fire activity in the spring and fall and the winter, obviously because of the uh, of the colder weather and precipitation that accompanies or that affects that area during those other times of the year. So really, you can really see the differences. I think I have a desert zone in there just showing how little fire activity occurs in some of those desert zones. So anyway, I just wanted to show you the relationship between ERC, which is the energy release component, and that's a good indicator of sort of, overall fuel dryness, because it does include not only dead fuel moisture, but live fuel moisture as well. So that's just a good sort of matchup with, uh, looking at the fuel conditions, how they change throughout the year um, for each fire climate zone, and then the relationship that exists with the fire history in each of those fire climate zones. So anyway, yeah, so I thought that was interesting to kind of illustrate that. So yeah, I think that probably covers just about everything. And I can take some questions now if there are any.
That was excellent. That's totally exactly what we were looking for. On the energy release component slides, are those fires just the record of fires in those zones that are recorded? I'm assuming they are not all Edison caused fires, right?
No, no, they're not. No, those are yeah, irregardless of cause. Yeah, independent of cause. And then again, they're thousand acre fires or greater, and that they're plotted on the day of ignition. And I think, as most people know, you can get a fire that's 3-4 weeks long in duration, but we're plotting that fire on the day of ignition. So the ERC value that's attached to that fire is attached to the day of ignition.
And can you speak at all to some of the operational decisions you make based on these zones?
Sure. One of the things that we do is we um, in a to prevent what we call what I term fuel-driven fires, meaning fires that really don't have a lot of wind on them. Um, One of the mitigation measures that we uh, take is to what we call block operating restrictions. So we'll restrict how much work can be done on a particular circuit. And then we also have sort of these fast curve settings that are sort of the um, are changed where if a circuit locks out or if we have a fault on the circuit, typically we'll have to go and patrol that circuit. If the operating restrictions are not in place, we can just sort of test the circuit without having to patrol. But when we do have these operating restrictions in place, we will have to go out and patrol and make sure that everything looks good before we can re-energize again. And so some of our products that we have help us make those determinations by fire climate zone. So it's kind of a sort of a broad approach um, to helping sort of mitigate these fuel-driven fires, potential for a fuel-driven fire. Again, when we're looking at sort of wind impacting our system, then it's a matter of going into a public safety power shutoff event. But when we don't have much wind, but the fuels are extremely dry and receptive to significant fire, particularly in these areas where there's a lot of complex terrain, then we'll go ahead and adjust our operating restrictions, and that would be FCZ wide.
Got it. That's really helpful. May I open it up to questions by or comments from the board on this presentation?
I thought it was very useful.
Very useful.
Thank you. An excellent job from memory.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a black screen here. So thanks for bearing with me.
Um, that's great. I can see how this work could inform some of our recommendations. And do you know if SDG&E and or PG&E are following suit in this sort of arena?
Yeah, I know SDG&E basically uses their districts. So let me comment a little bit about that. So they base all their products on or center all their products around their districts, which is fine for them because they have a smaller service territory than we do. Let me give you an example of one of our districts. I think we have I think it's either our Thousand Oaks district or our Ventura district that goes essentially covers all of Ventura County. Well, for those folks here in the meeting that are familiar with Ventura County, the weather and fuels and fire activity and terrain varies drastically from the Oxnard Plain area uh, to the Ojai Valley to the Los Padres National Forest. So there's a huge there's a huge difference there in just a relatively short distance. So that's one of the reasons why I couldn't use our districts, because we have a number of districts like that, and that's just not going to work. So again, that's one of the reasons why I use the or develop the fire climate zones. And let me just make one other point in that, again, as I mentioned, some of our fire climate zones mimic the predictive service areas, and the predictive service areas are based largely on fire danger rating areas, which were developed long ago by the different fire agencies. The Forest Service, I think, had a hand in that years and years ago. So there's a lot of sort of credibility that's behind the fire danger rating areas and the predictive service areas, and sort of this kind of builds on that, the fire climate zones. Up in PG&E's area, I know that they do have, they don't call them fire climate zones, but I know they do have sort of climate zones. I don't know if they're used in the same way in terms of like doing analysis that in the way that we do things down here, but I think a lot of their products are centered around their climate zones as well. So
Fantastic. I'll be curious to see what the variations are in criteria. We're just curious to have a more concrete definition of these types of distinctions and just have them well documented so that there's good justification behind them. And that's great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
On the board? Public comments?
Yes, we have a question from Amanda Horta.
Okay.
Amanda asks, how did you categorize the vegetation? Were you grouping by a specific tree or shrub that is easy to burn, or by a broad ecosystem classification, like this is a grass or shrubland, this is a grassland, this is a desert?
Yeah, the latter. It's definitely the latter. We didn't get too into the weeds, pun intended, on looking at fuels across these different fire climate zones. It's mostly, based on these broader categories. If you look in the Sierra, uh, there's obviously a lot of mixed conifer forests in most of that zone. Now there is in some of the lower elevations some mixed chaparral, but then there's a distinct difference when you get into zone 11, going from 10 to 11 off to the west, whereas that's almost strictly grassland area. So it's based on those broad fuel type categories.
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
One last question.
maybe I should actually
Sure.
ask it. Yeah, so Tom, I have a question. So This is quite a bit more nuanced what Edison's doing in these fire climate zones and what the CPUC and CAL FIRE came up with in 2018 with the high fire threat district map, where you basically have 3 zones, zone 1, tier 2, and tier 3, assessing various levels of fire threat related to utility ignition risk.
Right.
So could you maybe just explain really quick in terms of what the regulators should be thinking in terms of the, the nuance and how potentially we could improve the statewide high threat map if we were to engage in that?
Okay. Boy, that's a kind of a loaded question because I am working on an effort here in Edison to kind of look at how we could help make some changes to the high fire threat areas. If you'll notice, one of those slides I think has the fire climate zones and the high fire threat areas overlaid on top of our fire climate zone. So I think zones 1 through 4 and mostly 10 and 11 have there's tier 2, tier 3. Most of our desert zones, I think 6 has a little bit of a tier 2 in it, but most of the desert zones obviously are there's no high fire threat area that overlaps in there. I think to answer your question, the high fire threat areas, I think there's obviously changes that need to be made because of some of the changes that have taken place with the development of urban areas. I think probably the biggest heartburn that we have is Simi Valley, which is I think all in tier 2 and maybe even in tier 3. Is all is all urban. And there's very poses very little if we start an ignition in the middle of Simi Valley, it's not going to go anywhere. Very, very, very small chance that it would spread into some remote wildland areas. So that's an area that we're looking at trying to remove potentially down the road from a high fire threat area. And there's other areas like that. Where it gets really difficult is places like Santa Barbara, where you have a lot of these wildland sort of fingers that come down into the urban areas. The deserts are extremely difficult because you do have particularly on the sort of the north slopes of the Angeles National Forest and the San Bernardino National Forest. You look at areas like Hesperia and parts of the Antelope Valley where there is pockets of a lot of vegetation. So but there's no definitive features like a a terrain boundary or some kind of something that you can tie in and sort of make a boundary in some of those areas. Very difficult. So we're kind of experimenting with some different layers and looking at things like fire history, fuel type, and the density of fuels, fuel loading, those kinds of things to maybe see where some of those boundaries, where we can draw some of those boundaries. But anyway, I probably went beyond answering your question, maybe, or maybe I didn't answer it at all. But my point is, yeah, there's a lot of, I think, room for change on the high fire threat areas. And it's going to take a lot of sort of cooperative effort to make those sorry, did that answer your question?
I think it did, and I think that there's definitely a fair amount of nuance that we need to consider amongst this board as well as statewide. So it's good food for thought. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. I I believe are there any other comments?
Not at this time.
Public comments? Okay. Great. Thanks again, Tom. I'm going to transition now to our.
Oh,
We did it, yeah.
We did.
We did. I remembered. To our final agenda item. So in conclusion, thanks to Dr. Moritz and Board Member Seiferd's presentations and Tom Rolinski and Jeff Fuentes. I'll be going back and working on beginning responses to this request for vegetation.
We do have a public comment that just came in. It's too late, sorry.
No, it's not, but I'll just finish my thought real quick, which is I'll be working on that in the coming months. And there are many elements in vegetation management to address. So we'll be tackling one at a time as we go. So that's my intention, and I'll bring that back to our next board meeting. Yes, please.
Okay, we have a second question from Amanda Bortha. It says, do you think that adding population density or energy usage or roads to the map would be beneficial?
So I think that might be a question for Tom. Tom, are you still?
Yeah, I just just came off mute. Looking at population density and what was the other thing? Road.
Says population density or energy usage or roads.
Energy usage. Certainly population density is something that we're looking at for sure. Like I say, there's a lot of different layers. We've actually even looked at flame length and looking at because flame length, when we run all these sort of fictitious simulations, fire simulations, sort of a Monte Carlo type of simulation approach, you can take a look at various metrics. And so one of the things that we look at is where do we see potentially can see some of the higher or greater flame lengths, and which is sort of a proxy for intensity, fire line intensity. So we can, so that's one of the things we've looked at. Is it, are we using that to make ultimate, final decisions? No, but it is something we're considering. And so population density and other things would be something that, we would definitely consider in the future. So.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. No more public comment.
No more.
Okay, so sadly, I am, or bittersweetly, I should say, Vice Chair Diane Fellman is stepping down as our vice chair. And so we need in this board meeting to have an election to replace her. Is there anybody on the board who would like? Oh, go ahead, Diane.
I thought I was going to.
Vice Chair Fellman, please.
That's all right.
Please speak.
All right, I wanted to make a few remarks. First, I wanted to just say it's been an honor and a privilege to serve as your vice chair since its inception. We've been working with energy safety throughout our last 4 years, and I believe we've created a vibrant, engaged, and open process to develop our recommendations for both the investor and publicly owned utilities. And we've built strong working relationships in both sectors, which is not necessarily easy to do. And we've charted a course now that started with the initial WMP filings. To remember when they came in and we had to just jump into them and say, what are we doing? How do we do this? And we came up with a structure for that, and we've kept evolving and working with our staff, which is also has evolved to arrive where we are today. And that's just poised to utilize the board members' amazing expertise to come up with the policy papers that we discussed today in the various areas of wildfire prevention, mitigation, and costs, and starting with our veg management study. I'm stepping down as board chair today, but I will remain an active member of the board. And I want to thank everyone for your support, commitment, and friendship over the last 4 years. So thank you. And as my successor, I'd like to nominate Board Member Porter, who's expressed an interest in board operations over the life of our board, and also has some great ideas for taking us to the next level in our endeavors. And he's assured me, and when I asked if he would be willing to take this position, that he's ready to make the commitment to work with our chair, our wonderful, amazing chair Block, and our ever expanding staff to realize the board's fullest potential. So with that, I turn it back to you and nominate Chris Porter as our next vice chair.
And I accept the nomination.
Point of order, there needs to be under Robert's Rules of Order, a second.
So, go ahead.
Okay,
I would like to second the nomination of board member Chris Porter for the office of vice chair of this board.
Chair Block, I didn't hear a motion. Oh,
Like she motioned.
well, yeah, Diane motioned.
I nominated. I mo-
Nominated. Okay, there's a, do we have to specify a motion? Before we do, yeah,
Well, I was gonna say, before you do all that, you can take public comments and then you to nominate Chris.
Oh, we do the public
Okay.
comment first, okay.
so a few things. Then two, I just want to say, Diane, thank you so much for your participation and leadership in getting truly founding this board. Without your leadership, we would not have had the progress that we've made. We have depended on you for your leadership and we'll miss it greatly. Actually, you'll be hearing from us as we proceed.
No, you're still here, and I like to.
And you're
echo
still
that.
here, yeah.
Yeah. You helped us build a vehicle that is credible and relatable. And we appreciate your leadership all the way from the beginning.
That's right.
Yeah, without that leadership from behind, taking second chair, but you were driving us the entire time.
That's right.
So thank you.
So with that, is there anyone else who is interested in serving? Okay, so now we shall take public comments.
At present, there are no public comments.
Okay,
And there are none on the email either.
okay.
So I move Chris Porter as vice chair of the California Wildfire Safety Advisory. Well, I guess, first of all, I officially resign as vice chair,
Okay.
leaving the position open. And then I nominate Chris Porter as vice chair of the CWSAB.
I second the motion.
Okay. Jonathan, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Okay, so this is a roll call vote on the motion to appoint Board Member Porter to vice chair, elect Board Member Porter vice chair. Chair Block,
Aye.
Board Member Armstrong,
Aye.
Board Member Mader,
Aye.
Board Member Seifert,
Aye.
Board Member Porter,
Abstain.
Board Member Feldman.
I'm still vice chair. So I thought.
No, you're not. You're.
No, you resign.
I resigned. I'm bored.
Okay. Okay, so that's a unanimous vote. Congratulations.
One
Vice
abstention.
Chair,
Abstention.
and one abstention.
We need one of those at least.
That's right. Congratulations, Vice Chair Porter. I look forward to working with you
Yes.
more, as in, because we've been doing that. Okay, I think we're ready to wrap up. Thank you all for participating in this meeting, and for those who have participated on Zoom, Board Member Seifert, we hope to see you in person next time. For the public, we please again, don't hesitate to reach out to get a hold of us. We have email, there's our website that is being screen shared, and you can find us online. again, thank you, Rain, for traveling down and being here with us and keeping us connected, which was not an easy task today. Making this meeting possible. Jonathan and Marianne, you moved mountains for this meeting. Thank you very much. And saying thank you very much for being here. We look forward to working closely with you. As we end, I want to thank members of the public that attended today's meeting and those who participated during the public comment section. Your efforts will help all Californians. Thank you, and we hope to see you at our next meeting, tentatively scheduled for late September. We will announce our date shortly. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
All right, Chris. Do I have a second?
A second.
John seconds. Any objections?
No.
All right. We are adjourned. Thanks again for your participation.
Was there a vote on that adjournment?
Mhm.
We don't have to.
It's by affirmation.